If you're listening to the replay of this live, be sure to punch that like and subscribe button and let me know and drop it below your 2 cents as I go throughout the video. Be sure to help support the channel by hitting the Cash App at $2CentsBoxing or leaving your 2 cents and a special thanks below by hitting the heart and with the $, just letting me know I'm doing a good job and you're enjoying the content. 8/5/2025. Hi, welcome to the channel. I'm Jake, and this is our 2 cents, where we talk everything boxing, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion. In today's live, we will be discussing Mike Tyson versus Floyd, messy Mayweather, fans overreacting to the Tank Jake fight, and how will Terrence Crawford seriously beat Canelo Alvarez? That's my question that I have. How's everybody doing tonight? Be sure to let me know and drop it below your 2 cents as we go throughout the live tonight. Friday, the review show, women's only panel, getting started right now. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I'm gonna drop the link in a few seconds. But let some more people roll up in here. How's everybody doing on this Friday night? How's everybody doing? How is everybody doing? So I'm chilling, minding my business. Boom. All of a sudden I see Mike Tyson versus Floyd Money Messi Mayweather. And I'm like, what? Why? Why? Why, Floyd? Mike Tyson? And at first I thought it was fake. I'm not gonna lie. At first I thought it was fake because I'm like, Mike Tyson don't even like Floyd Mayweather. Am I right or wrong? I don't think Mike Tyson even liked Floyd Mayweather. So I definitely didn't think that they would fight an exhibition fight. And I definitely didn't think that Floyd would be going to try to fight a heavyweight, not Floyd. So then I'm like, and then I find out, okay, they saying it's real. And I'm like, okay, they saying it's real. Floyd, why are you announcing an exhibition that you having next year right now? Why are you announcing that right now? Now, I can't ever decide if him and Tank really don't like each other or if they're in cahoots with each other. I can't really decide. Sometimes I'll be like, the beef is real, and sometimes I'll be like, I don't know. So I was like, man, why would Floyd, if Floyd gonna do an exhibition with a heavyweight, why is Floyd gonna fight Mike when Roy Jones called him out? Why wouldn't Floyd fight Roy when Roy is the one that actively just called him out recently? And the fact that I'm playing, because I mean, this is an exhibition, none of this is serious, right? But the fact that I can even have this conversation with y'all, and it's true, Roy did call out Floyd Mayweather, and then Floyd Mayweather went and made a fight with Mike Tyson instead. This is exactly what happened. So I'm saying Floyd just ducked Roy Jones. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me Floyd Mayweather did not just duck Roy Jones. Remember, they was talking trash back and forth. Floyd was watching them get knocked out. Roy came on the thing and was like, hey, Floyd, what's up? Let's do it. I don't got time for the back and forth. Let's do it. And then what Floyd do? He went to go cherry pick Mike Tyson. Yep, Floyd went to go cherry pick Mike Tyson. He seen the performance that Mike Tyson had against Jake Paul. Ain't this crazy? Don't it sound like I'm making this up? Somebody tell me if this sounds like some AI wrote. Listen to what I'm saying. Floyd and Roy Jones was going back and forth. Roy called out Floyd. But instead of Floyd making a fight with Roy, he went and cherry picked Mike Tyson because he seen Mike Tyson's last performance against Jake Paul. You feel what I'm saying? Look, slogan one say Mike Tyson is the bigger payday. Is he? How was Mike Tyson the bigger payday when he didn't have a good performance against Jake Paul? He didn't even have a good performance against Roy had a better performance against Mike Tyson than Mike Tyson had against Jake Paul. I'm just saying. And the fact that Roy Jones fought Mike Tyson a couple years ago, like, this is crazy. This is crazy, y'all. It's fun though. It's fun though. I'm not gonna lie. But this is crazy because this just brings me back to my point that I always say about boxing is it's so many things that can be going on and so many different avenues that you can go with boxing that you can support and like whatever you want. It's not like if Roy Jones and Mike Tyson and Floyd all keep fighting each other, like the other regular boxing shit it's not gonna go away. It's not gonna disappear. And it's not that if you don't have those quote unquote circus fights or these exhibition fights, it's not like it's gonna make the other the legacy belts and serious quote unquote the hardcore side of boxing. It's not gonna make it go away. And if it doesn't happen, it's not gonna make it be bigger than what it is right now. You feel what I'm saying? It's not like if they wasn't having these exhibition fights, then the stuff the hardcore fans want would be better. It would be more people supporting it. It would be this and that, because that's simply not true. People like what they like about this sport because they have the options and they get the opportunity to choose. You can't do this with basketball, football, and none of that. People just threw away the Tank Paul fight. Now all attention is on Floyd Tyson. Sucks for the Tank and Paul. You believe that if you want to. I am your leader. Trust me. Nobody really care about Floyd Mayweather and Mike Tyson fighting each other. They really don't. Because Mike Tyson's 60 plus years old and Floyd Mayweather damn near 50. It does not overshadowing nothing. Go look at the numbers. Tank and Jake broke the internet. It broke it. Cracked, bing, broke. Cracked it in half. And if nobody cared about Tank versus Paul, you're talking about it right now. I am your leader. You're talking about literally Tank and Paul. You just typed it. So that's all I'm saying. And just like Jason Williams say, no real boxing fan cares about Tank and Jake. Like, why do y'all keep trying to say what level of fandom somebody have because of what they like? I'm a real boxing fan. I'm gonna watch the Tank and Jake Paul. If I'm not gonna sit on here and cry, spit, kick, call them names, I'm not finna do none of that. So now I'm not a real boxing fan. I'm a fake boxing fan. Okay. Like, y'all always want to like try to shame people into doing what y'all want them to do by trying to put them in a category. Like, do y'all know what y'all doing? I don't even think y'all like really aware of what y'all doing when y'all be doing that. Remember when you said nobody cares about Canelo Bud because Tank versus Paul was announced? Karma. Okay, I am a leader. Jason Williams, I didn't say you call me a fake boxing fan, but you said no real boxing fan cares for Tank versus Jake. And I said, I don't have a problem with Tank versus Jake. I'm going to watch it. So am I not a real boxing fan? That's what I'm saying. So anyway, y'all make sure y'all support the channel. So anyway, that's all I was just trying to make a point about the Mike Tyson Mayweather thing. I thought it was funny because the first thing I thought when I seen it, I was like, man, he ducking Roy. Roy called him out. But it's cool. Let them do their little exhibition. If Mike Tyson can still get in the ring and fight, let him get in the ring and fight. But I tell y'all this, y'all keep playing with Mike Tyson and he will knock one of y'all out. I mean, y'all seen Mike Tyson training, and I do feel like he was pulling punches on Jake Paul, in my opinion. It ain't like if he hits you, he ain't gonna hurt you. Like, let's be for real. But that's all I want to say about the Floyd Mike Tyson thing. And it's kind of like, are you announcing the exhibition with a heavyweight because Tank's announced his exhibition with Jake Paul? Like, are you trying to compete with Tank? Because your fight not even until next year. And this ain't the first time Messy May, I call him Messy May. If y'all go back and look at my older videos, y'all see I had nicknames and stuff for everybody. You had another exhibition before on the day Tank had a fight, and nobody was worried about that exhibition. Then you lied and said that Tank fight was canceled when it really wasn't canceled. So I'm trying to understand, why are you doing this? Floyd, your time is over, Floyd. It's been over. I don't even watch Floyd exhibition fights. I think the only one I watched was the Logan Paul one. And then I watched the highlights of the one where everybody was jumping in the ring and he was finna fight. I can't think of who that was. But I don't even watch Floyd Mayweather exhibition fights because I don't care to see him fight. Like, I'm not worried about Floyd Mayweather. I don't care about him doing the exhibition fights. I'm not going to complain. I just don't watch him do exhibition fights. But I'll watch him do an exhibition with Mike Tyson. But other than that, I don't watch him do no exhibition fights because I'm not interested. So I just don't watch it. Like, y'all see how easy that is? I'm not interested, so I just don't watch it. I don't sit on here and be like, man, Floyd don't need to be doing no exhibitions. It's way past his time. Don't nobody want to see him fight. He need to sit. I don't do that. I don't constantly talk about things that I don't like or don't want to see. Kind of like how all these Tank trolls do in my chat, how they keep talking about how they don't like Tank, they don't like what he doing, they don't like this, they don't want him to do that, he don't do this, he don't. Like, why are y'all doing that? I don't understand. So I have no problem with fighters doing exhibitions. Well, they should be doing exhibitions when they done with their career. They should be doing it at the end. Well, obviously, they've said, let's try it at a different time and see what happens. And the fight broke the internet. The fight broke the internet. It's going to be highly profitable. It is what it is. It is what it is. So are fans overreacting to the Jake and Tank fight? Absolutely. People are absolutely overreacting to the Tank and Jake fight. And just like I said 4 months ago, when people was overreacting to the rumor of the Tank and Jake fight, what is the big deal? It's one fight. He can do the one fight and he can move on and continue doing whatever the hell that he was doing. And the thing is that people not realizing is the same people that's crying about Tank fighting Jake was the same people that was crying about the knee, was the same people that was crying about him not fight Shakur, is the same people that was crying about him not fighting Devin, is the same people that us was saying Frank Martin gonna give him a tough fight, and then when he beat Frank Martin, it's all this and that. It's the same people that try to discredit all the wins he got. It's the same people that try to discredit his resume, even though he got 3 world champions on his resume right now, but they'll jump through all kind of hoops to discredit. These are the same people. So at this point, and maybe he was thinking this too, it don't matter what I do. It don't matter what I do. And then another thing that people don't realize is, how are you going to criticize somebody for doing the same thing that you would do, right? For doing the same thing that you would do. And so now you got people running around and they're on this whole, man, I just need people to hold their fighters accountable. Like, what does that even mean? Who holds you accountable? Who holds you accountable? Do you hold yourself accountable? Like, I don't understand this whole, I just need you to hold your fighter accountable. I can't hold nobody accountable unless they ask me to. You can't hold anybody accountable that ain't asked you to. What do y'all be talking about? You're holding them accountable to what? Do you know what their goals and their dreams are to hold them accountable to? First of all, do you know what their goals and dreams are to hold them accountable to? I'm just asking. Because what you want me to hold somebody accountable to what I want them to do? Is that what you're saying? I'm just asking. Let me know and drop it below. You want me to hold another grown man accountable to something that I want him to do? I'm just asking. And then you want me to hold somebody accountable to something that I would do myself. Yeah, is taking opportunity like that. So what am I? What do you mean? Hold him accountable. What did he say his goals and dreams was? Come into business, make money, get out. He don't care about bills. He don't care about none of that. Y'all keep playing the clip over and over. Okay, so let's hold him accountable to that then, because that's what he said that he wanted to do. Let's hold him accountable to that. So if we're holding him accountable to that, is he not doing what he said he wanted to do? Is that's not what he said? Shell, what you talking about? It's in the title. Are fans overreacting to the tank fight? That's a topic that we talking about. Yeah, I'm giving them what they want. I'm giving them what it say in the title that we're going to talk about. So what you got to understand is, right, when you're quote unquote holding somebody accountable, like y'all say, because y'all just saying buzzwords. Y'all don't know what this really mean, because you ain't never been accountable to nobody. You ain't never held yourself accountable. And you probably ain't never had no goals to hold yourself accountable to, because most people really don't. So it's a lot of people on here, and I'm sure it's not none of the people in the chat, but I'm just saying it's a lot of people y'all see running around here trying to criticize Tank that ain't never accomplished nothing in their life. Seriously. You don't know how many people have never wrote down goals, stuck to it, did what they needed to do, was accountable to what it was that they wanted, went after it, stuck with it, no matter what, until they got it done. The percentage of people that have actually really done that is not high. So all these people that's running around talking about some accountability, like, let's be serious. Like, come on, let's be for real. Let's be for real. So technically, he's doing what he said he wanted to do. And y'all are overreacting, because when you're holding somebody accountable, right? You holding somebody accountable. They say, I want to lose 25 pounds, right? 2 cents. I want you to hold me accountable. And I say, okay, right? Boom. They want to lose 25 pounds. I tell them, call me every Wednesday. Boom, we going to talk. Like, I'm their accountability partner, right? They're going to call me every Wednesday. Let me know what's going on. First Wednesday, they call me. They say, I went to the gym every day. I ate how I was supposed to eat. I'm going to say, congratulations, good job. Stick with it. You know, you got to go. You told me you wanted to lose 25 pounds. This week you lost 4. You on track. Let's go, right? The next Wednesday, they call me. They say, I only worked out 2 days this week. I didn't stick to my diet. I ate bad. And I'm going to say, listen, you told me you wanted to lose 25 pounds. Is that still a goal of yours? And they're going to say, yeah, I still want to lose 25 pounds. And I'm going to say, okay, cool. So you remember that first week you was eating right, you was feeling good, you did it. Yeah, I remember you did everything you're supposed to do. Say, yeah, how did you feel when you did everything? Man, it felt good. I was on track. I say, okay. Well, how do you feel now? Well, you know, I'm off. I don't feel good. I say, okay, you know what? Listen, that's behind us. Let's get back on track. Let's start fresh tomorrow. You make sure you get in the gym, do what you're supposed to do, da-da-da-da-da. You want to lose 25 pounds, blah, 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 right? So then they call me the next Wednesday, and they tell me the same thing. Man, I fell off track and this and that. I don't get mad at them. I don't get mad at them because they didn't do what they said they wanted to do. Because you know why? When you're holding somebody accountable and you're encouraging them to do something, when they don't do it, you don't get mad. You know why? Because if you're getting mad that they're not doing it, you're trying to control them. It's up to them. It's what they want to do. It's their goals and dreams. So if a fighter that I like doesn't do something that I don't want them to do, I don't get mad, start calling names, snotting and cussing and doing all that, because I'm not trying to control them. And that's what y'all not realizing. Y'all trying to control. Yeah, y'all trying to control because y'all are mad and emotional. about somebody y'all already didn't even like. Like, I don't understand. Everything that happens with Tank seems to be an emotional overreaction in the YouTube boxing streets. I don't get it. I don't get it. If you don't like it that much, you don't have to watch it. Like, seriously. It's no need to be it's no need to call people names. It's no need to, like, Tank not a real boxer. All of this stuff, like, it's just getting ridiculous. And then y'all want to run around and being disrespectful to Tank fans, which is completely unnecessary. And then when they come back at you, oh, Tank fans be so emotional. Like, bro, you just called me 4 or 5 different names. Stop it. Stop it. But I just had to give y'all that quick lesson real quick on accountability, because y'all just run around like throwing that around, because accountability to y'all is you need to come on here and criticize and be negative and talk bad. That to y'all, that's holding somebody accountable, and that's not holding somebody accountable. I just want to give y'all a heads up. So y'all are really being controlling. That's what it's called. Y'all are being controlling, like women, mad because another man won't do what you want him to do. Ladies, there go the link. Let me pin it to the top. Pin the link to the top. Give me 1 second. Oh, let me see what y'all saying in the comments. All right. Pin to the top. Let me see. Every time someone brought up Tank versus Paul, you would laugh it off until the fight was announced. Yeah, because I kept telling y'all I didn't care if the fight happened. I said it 4 months ago when the rumor first started. If you're holding them accountable, you should be calling them. I don't know what you're saying. Tank didn't say otherwise. He did say it's about the bag. You're a fan of Tank, but you're in denial. What am I in denial of? You support them regardless of what they do. Yes, I control my dollars. You do control your dollars. And you can control where you spend your money. You spend your time and your money where you see value. So if you don't see any value in Tank, don't spend your time watching them, and don't spend your money watching them. Don't spend your energy hours on the internet talking about them, commenting about them. Don't do none of that, right? Listen, I don't like Tyson Fury, right? Do y'all see me talking about Tyson Fury? I may have 1 or 2 Tyson Fury videos, maybe when something with him and Wilder or something about the Ngannou fight I did. But I don't sit on here talking about Tyson Fury, him going in and out of retirement, why he bullshit. I don't do that because I don't like Tyson Fury. So I don't talk about Tyson Fury. I don't go on pro Tyson Fury channels and talk about how I don't like Tyson Fury. I don't do that. It's weird. I'm getting defensive against who? I'm just talking to y'all because y'all don't be realizing what y'all saying, and then y'all don't be realizing what y'all be doing. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just pointing it out to y'all so maybe you can just kind of self-reflect and be like, oh shit, like I am getting mad that another man ain't doing something that I want him to do. I need to chill. Let me relax. That's all I'm saying. I'm just trying to bring it to y'all attention. And now that I'm bringing it to y'all attention, now I'm being defensive. You trying to gaslight me? I am your leader. Come on, man. You're not going to get away with that with me. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what gaslighting looks like. You see how he says 2 Cents says you can't criticize Tank? That's what gaslighting look like. Because you want me to be like, I ain't say you can't criticize, and then start this whole nother argument that ain't got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm too smart to fall for that. I'm your leader. Are the queens pulling up tonight, 2 Cents? I mean, I don't know. The thing be open. It's not like we be on no schedule or nothing. You know what I'm saying? We don't be on no schedule. They just pop up when they got time. It's Friday night. They might have dates or whatever they got going on. I don't know. But when they have time, they pop through. They come through. Now, that be the truth, Them ninjas be inviting ninjas to private parts and calling them private parts, but Tank fans are emotional. I'm telling you, Thomas. Says, to be honest, if we was the whole Tank accountable, he's doing the right thing. He's getting the bag. I mean, I don't know how, like, this is the thing, right? If you go back and look at my channel, I got a video. I think it was way back when they both was at 135 and everybody wanted Tank and Devin to fight each other and all of that. And I was like, that's cool if they fight each other. But right now, you have somebody at 135 that's fighting for entertainment, knocking people out, putting on an exciting, entertaining fight. And then you have somebody at 135 that's fighting for the belts. They fighting for legacy. They da-da-da. Just let them continue on whatever paths that they got going on. Because now you get the best of both worlds in 135 division. They'll fight eventually. That was my thought process. But then Devin got too big and ran out the division. Dang, Broken Dangerous say y'all emotional just like women. And I don't even know if that's a true statement, Broken Dangerous, because I've been seeing the women in the YouTube boxing streets and they ain't the ones that be being emotional. So y'all might have to stop saying that for real. Y'all might have to stop saying that for real. Don't be surprised if we get Floyd versus Tank next summer. Now, Floyd versus Tank will break the universe. But do y'all honestly, would y'all honestly see Tank Davis fighting Floyd? Like, man, that'd be crazy. We're about to start reviewing some videos in a few. I just want to get that off my chest right quick. They want to tell Tank fans how to spend their money when they don't even support their favorite fighters. Thank you, Shell. Like, your fighter had to go overseas and go to Turkey to get bread. That went from millions of views on ESPN to hundred thousands of views globally. But I'm just saying, they really want, it's like the people that ain't been liking Tank this whole time feel like they got a reason to turn people that do like Tank against him to not like him because he's fighting Jake Paul. When I don't think people really feel like that. They're going to say what they got to say. I don't like the fight. I think it's dumb, but I understand because he getting the bag. And that is what it is. We still don't know what weight they fighting at. They talking about they not finna sanction a fight, which I want to say ain't no way they did all this and that fight ain't sanctioned, right? And it's a possibility that it can't happen. I want to say that, but in the other breath, I'm gonna say ain't no telling these days what's be really going on. You know what I'm saying? So they could have booked the venue and did all this, and we thinking they wouldn't do nothing that dumb, that if this was to happen, the fight would still happen. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, but I would venture to say logically that they wouldn't do all of this if they didn't know the fight was going to be able to be sanctioned. But with that being said, we still don't know what weight they're going to be fighting at. Like, it makes no sense. What weight? We still don't know what weight y'all going to be fighting at. I seen a video or a short where Jake Paul said he had to make 195. So that's still pretty wild, but I mean, 195, he should be able to make 195. 2 Cents, remember when you would say Bud cheated all the time? What does that have to do with what we talking about now? Because he was snack? Because he works with the known cheater? Jason Williams, who you rock with, champ? Let me see. You don't like Bud, and after the Spence fight, you said he cheated every day with Ross and the boxing outlet. I do like Bud. but he works with a known cheater. Like, why? What does that have to do with the conversation that we having? I get Tank ain't worthy of your viewership and time, but out of curiosity, which fighters got your support, champ? Tank and Paul on Netflix, motherfuckers ain't spending shit. I mean, his time, so I guess he don't have to watch it. Hold on, we're not finna start the name calling and all the back and forth and arguing in the chat. Everybody entitled to their own opinion over here. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot of stuff that be going on in boxing behind the scenes that y'all don't even be knowing about or understanding. And y'all just think like I could just like y'all just think people can call, hey yo, what's up? You trying to fight? Yeah, you want to fight? Yeah, let's fight. All right, send the contract. Like, that is not how that works. That's not how that works at all. Since when do boxing fans care about getting the bag? Corny as fuck. Stop it. I'm your leader. Shell, he told y'all. Who is y'all? He said that to one person on the internet, on X, whoever he was talking to. What's wrong with y'all? Beta is not a computer. A lot of soft guy era vibes in these comments. If you don't like someone, why do y'all care what they do? Facts. Let's see. But that's why, what do you mean? I do like Terrence Crawford. You said I don't like Terrence Crawford. I never said I don't like Terrence Crawford. I mean, I like him. I don't like Terrence Crawford, but I like him. I'm a fan of his. I'll say that. I don't like Terrence Crawford, but I am a fan of his. I'm not a fan of Fury, and I don't like Fury, and I don't talk about him on my channel. And if I do want to talk about somebody on my channel that I don't like, it is what it is. It's my platform. I'm not going to other people's platform crying about it. 2 cents. The last view, also real. They use this incident to justify their hate on a ninja. They keep to himself and stay truer to his word than his contemporaries, just like they used a draw to celebrate. Facts, Thomas. Two cents. This move by Tank forces his B-side contemporaries to behave like the B-side bums they are, because Tank will get bread regardless. I mean, Tank got to do something to make those fights bigger, because they not doing nothing to make the fights bigger. They fighting in Saudi Arabia at crazy times of the day with football on in America on undercards. I mean, what? It is what it is. But now, it really was a crazy overreaction to this. That was my whole point of bringing up the conversation. He gonna fight him. It is what it is. You could express how you feel about it, and then we just gonna move on. Like, we're not gonna keep dragging it out. Like, that's very weird to me. I don't understand. Let's see. So I've been seeing Brian Norman and Bill Haney getting into it.
Comes natural working out.
Yeah.
Like I said before, the only thing about this camp different than any other camp is I don't gotta cut muscle. I don't gotta, watch what I do in strict condition. I can, go fully all out, and just do what I need to do to get stronger.
Terrence Crawford looking buff. Is this what he gonna need to beat Canelo muscle? Is he going to be conditioned enough to move with all this muscle? Has this affected his speed? Let me tell you something, right? I ran track damn near all of my life. If I put on any pound of muscle, 3 pounds, anything more than like 3 pounds of muscle, I'm feeling it when I'm running. I have to calibrate my body to run at that weight and with that muscle. Like, it got to a point where I was training, I'm like, I gotta back out the weight room or do lighter because I'm getting too much muscle, slowing me down. You know what I'm saying? So I can tell you, when you put on muscle, for a fact, it slows you down. For a fact, it slows you down. So I would say he might not be as quick. Now, some people say he might not be as quick, but he's still going to be quicker than Canelo, which could be true. All I'm saying is he's going to be slower. And how is Crawford going to beat Canelo? Y'all let me know and drop it below. I want to know, like, what do y'all think his game plan is? I don't want to hear Crawford going to destroy Canelo. Crawford going to stop Canelo. Crawford going to wash Canelo. That's not a game plan. That's not a game plan. Ramon Seafood, you know, I was a runner and a jumper. You don't think I was putting on lean muscle? I was putting on lean muscle. I still could feel it. Bud got to outbox Canelo. Hannibal, who have you seen? Who have you seen Bud outbox? And when I ask a question, that don't mean I'm saying he's never done it. I'm asking y'all, who have you seen him outbox? Tell me, because I want to like do some comparisons. We're not talking about Charlo. We don't need to know he's not gonna go out like Charlo and none of that. We get it. I'm asking y'all. See, how is he gonna beat him? Y'all talking about Charlo. I am your leader. Just type Earl name in all caps. You can't even show a picture of Bud, say Bud name. It's like Earl just fly out the Bud buddy's mouth. Like, Earl. Like, they just can't help it. Like, you show a picture of Bud, they just like, Earl. Like, let it go. We talking about Bud and Canelo. We're not talking about Earl, and we're not talking about Charlo. So we're not talking about them. I'm asking, how is Terrence Crawford going to beat Canelo? Some people saying he going to stop Canelo. Canelo's never been stopped. So y'all are telling me, right? And this is what I be saying. So y'all are telling me, if Bud Crawford stops Canelo, nobody going to be scratching their head? Nobody going to be scratching their head. Because the only person I seen Bud, okay, not stop, if he knocks out Canelo. Let me say knockout. Because the only person I seen Bud knock out was David Avanesian. Now, can he get a stoppage? I mean, maybe. Maybe he could get a stoppage. But he's not knocking out Canelo. I'm not even sure if he'll knock Canelo down. But I could see Bud might hit the canvas this fight. I don't know, though. This is my 2 cents. I'm not saying he don't got a chance at all. But Bud got a lot to overcome. He got to overcome the long layoff, and then y'all got to be honest, too. Bud has been just as inactive for the most part as everybody else for the last, 7-8 years. He's only been fighting once a year. You know what I'm saying? He's only been fighting once a year. So it's not like he's been fighting twice a year and all that. He only been fighting once a year. So Canelo's been way more active than Bud. 1. And then Bud coming off the long layoff. 2. Bud putting on all the weight. He haven't got acclimated to the weight yet. I know y'all are thinking that that's not going to matter. And it may not matter. But historically, that has mattered. When a fighter goes up 2-3 weight classes and just jump in there, right? Historically, that has mattered. So based off those facts of historic, I'm going to say it's going to matter. It might not. Maybe Bud is a superhero. He's an X-Man or something, and it may not matter. I don't know, but I'm going to say it may matter. So that's a lot of stuff Bud going to have to overcome. And then that's before even getting in the ring. So then when he gets in the ring, that power. Bomac say, we ain't worried about the power. Bomac say, man, we not worried about that power. And I'm like, why? Why, Bomac? Why you not worried about the power? Wouldn't that be like a little reckless and irresponsible if you're not worried about the power? And he could just be saying that. But I definitely think it's something you got to watch out for. So Earl Spence Jr. I got to pause it because I got the music. He came through with the video. Boom. First of all, why are those gloves so big? Now, a lot of people say Earl look all right. A lot of people say Earl look off balance. He looks slow. What's y'all 2 cents? Let me know and drop it below. I mean, it looked like the dude with the mitts kind of ain't too good, but I mean, he just throwing shots at the mitts. Like, I don't know. Everybody was doing this super critique. Jason Williams said, I can't lie. I'm anticipating the Earl comeback. Okay. Hannibal say Earl been look like that. So Earl the True Spence Jr. coming back. I don't know how true, Charlo called him out. I don't know if that's about to go down, the Charlo fight. I'm not sure. But there we go. We see Earl the True Spence Jr. coming back. Now, we've heard several times he was coming back, but he never dropped that workout video. So here go the workout video. So I'm having a little bit more confidence that he's coming back. I hope he comes back, and he don't got to take like a tune-up. He could take like a competitive fight, but he needs to take something like, he don't need to just jump in there with a Charlo or jump in there with a Fundora, in my opinion. Now, Spence gonna do what Spence gonna do, and I know that, right? So if Earl Spence go fight a Charlo or a Fundora, am I gonna be mad, snotting and sniffing and crying and saying how he gonna get his ass whooped and he ain't learned his lesson and he ain't learned nothing from the like, I'm not gonna do that, because this is my favorite fighter. I'm a fan of his, and I can't tell this man what to do. I know he's stubborn. I know he ain't gonna take no tune up. So when he don't, why would I feel some type of way about it? A lot of y'all do need to shut the F up and just be a fan for real. I'm a Bud fan, and I'm excited to see Earl come back. Hold on, I'm trying to scroll up to see. I don't see nobody telling me how Bud finna be Canelo. I seen one person say he gonna outbox him, and then Bud is losing to Canelo. It's an uphill battle for Bud, but if anyone can do it, it's Bud. Dun, 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 dun. Super Bud. I can actually see Bud winning this fight easily. You can see Bud winning this fight easily. Listen, Pootie Kid, if Bud win this fight easily, I'm telling y'all, Bud will go to the body. I think Canelo gonna go to Bud body too. I think in the beginning, in the first couple rounds, I think Canelo gonna go to Bud body. And then Bud get hit with them straight rights, boom, and he get hit with left hooks. Boom, Canelo come with a straight right, boom, left hook, bow, Bud is out of there. He out of there. But we'll see if Canelo will be able to deal with Bud fighting off the angles. Bud defense ain't never really just been all that. So he just not about, I don't think he just finna be in there slipping like he Mayweather. And Bud legs ain't the same like they used to be. Strap season. Maybe Earl should fight Zoo. I don't know if Earl gonna fight somebody coming off a loss. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. And you know, Earl probably like, if I'm coming back to fight, it gotta be for some bread. I mean, Earl, he ain't gonna never be 100%, right? He'll never be old Earl again ever, right? We already knew that after the car wreck. So I'm sure he like, listen. I mean, listen, at any moment, anytime, anything can happen. So if I'm finna get in this ring, it needs to be worth my while. I'm not finna be wasting my time or my fans' time with no tune-up fights. That's what he said. Facts, people be acting like Bud don't get hit. Bud be getting cracked. That's what I'm saying. Bud get hit. I don't know when Bud got this super defense all of a sudden, but Bud defense ain't like that. It's really not. Somebody said Bud is the most hit on the pound for pound. I don't know how true that is, but that's what they said. I don't think Canelo losing has anything to do with it. And then you got to think, right? Bomac just said, which I don't believe is true, but let's act like it's true. Bomac just said that Bud been walking around big and he should have been at 168. So he been beating up on smaller guys this whole time. Just because you've been walking around at that weight, right? I mean, just because you walk around at that weight and then you go down and you fight smaller guys, that don't mean you just can go up 3 weight classes and not all of a sudden you're going to be cool because you should have been fighting at this weight. No. And you think just because you've been sparring Stone Cold Steve Nelson or whatever his name is and them other people that's going to prepare you for Canelo? So how can sparring Steve Nelson and them other people in your gym get you ready for Canelo, but Canelo sparring Boots and who he been sparring not going to help him get ready for Bud? Like, I don't understand that. Madrimov spoke to the very point. Question is how he responds to being hit by Canelo. That's the biggest thing. That's what everybody gonna be waiting to see, that fight. I'm telling y'all, everybody gonna be waiting to see how they respond to getting hit from each other. 2 cents, I say that because it's a blueprint on how to beat Canelo. I say follow it to the T and add his own splash to it 100. The only problem with that is who beat Canelo? Who implemented the blueprint? How much do y'all think Bivol weighed when he beat Canelo? You see what I'm saying? Like, I get what you're saying, and maybe you got the blueprint, like, oh, Bivol moved around and Bivol did this and Bivol did that. But Bivol could take Canelo's power and he could take Canelo punches, and even they affected Bivol. He had them big old knots and bruises and everything on his arm. And Canelo was what? The smaller man. And he went from 168 to 175. So, yeah, you can look at these fights where these people beat him, but it's not like they in the same weight class. You see what I'm saying? But I get it. He can adopt the game plan and try to throw his little sauce on it and mix it in. I mean, I'm sure him and Bomac are going to come up with a good plan. I swear a lot of y'all argue more about the BS than the actual boxing. Why do you care about anything except the boxing? You don't know none of these dudes. Guys, we're not talking about bro. Like, we're going to need to be a little bit more mature in the comments. We ain't talking about Earl. We ain't talking about none of that. And Earl did hit Bud. Go back and watch the fight. Yeah. Green beans dropped him and Gamboa made him do the stanky leg. Bud defense ain't so bad that he's ever lost a fight. I don't know where that came from, Mr. Shelton. Nobody said his defense was bad. We said he gets hit. He don't got the greatest defense. That's what we said. So, Earl the True Spence Jr. might be coming back. Let's see what else we got going on. This is a fight. And I want to get y'all 2 cents about this fight.
Championship boxing, world class, the top of the sport. Like I said, if you don't like boxing, I'm gonna get you to watch boxing. If you like boxing, I'm gonna get you to love boxing. And if you love boxing, then you don't want to miss it. I'm telling you, I'm premeditating this fight, man. We have the potential right here, man. I mean, I'm that child. I go back to the pro days, man. What do y'all want? What do y'all want? You want a 12-round fight?
No.
Huh? What do you want?
Knockout.
Huh? 12 rounds?
Knockout.
6-round fight. You want a 6-round fight?
Hagler Hearns.
Oh, you want that Hagler Hearns, baby? You want 2 rounds of motherfucking bags? Where one of us gotta go. Because when 2 breaks go toe to toe, blow for blow, someone's gotta fall down. Hashtag Timber. I'm telling you, man, this is just a warm-up. I'm looking forward to this fight. I'm looking forward to the hype. You guys got 8 weeks of action. Follow, tune in, stay glued, because it's only going to get better as we get closer to October 25th. Thank you once again, guys.
Yeah, I think Keith Thurman gonna make that fight. Okay, let me say this, right? Theoretically, Keith Thurman and Fundora should be a good fight. Keith Thurman got power. You know, Keith one time. Good footwork. He can move around the ring. Great ring IQ. Good fighter, great boxer. He should definitely be able to pose great competition from Fundora. And if he's able to get his shots off and get in, possibly be able to stop him. Right? That's me being objective. That's me being an analyst. That's me being a content creator, giving y'all my quote unquote, what's your favorite word? My unbiased opinion. Fundora may pose a tall task, pun intended, for Keith Thurman to overcome. He might be a tall task for him, but it should be a good fight. Now, as a fan, Keith getting stopped. I think Keith Thurman, Fundora will stop Keith Thurman. I think Keith Thurman is past his prime. I think the things that we're thinking in our head that Keith can do to make him victorious in this fight, I think he might be just a step too slow to be able to pull him off to get a victory. Could he get a victory? Of course he could get a victory. I'm not saying he couldn't get a victory, but I'm just saying I don't think Fundora is about to beat Keith Thurman. I don't think Fundora is about to lose to Keith Thurman. I think Fundora is going to stop Keith Thurman. It'll be the first time he's been stopped. I think Tim Tszyu said it best. Fundora is a hard puzzle to crack. And really, the only reason why he lost to Mendoza, he was beating the brakes off Mendoza during that fight. He just slipped up, dropped his hand, and got caught, boom, with a hook and got dropped. That's why he lost that fight. He was literally winning the fight till he got knocked out. So I'm a fan of the fight. I think it's a good fight. I just think that Keith gonna be like a step too slow. I think Keith gonna be a step too slow for Fundora. That's my 2 cents about that. What y'all think? Once upon a time, storytelling Thurman. I say I think so. 2 cents. Broken Dangerous say he agree. Yeah, I'm telling y'all. If Fundora ever fight Boots, I'll yell timber. You rocking with Thurman? You think Thurman gonna beat Fundora? It might, though. You never know. It's not like I'm not saying that Thurman don't have no chance at all. I'm definitely not saying that. But I just think that Fundora gonna beat him. I really do. Rolly was winning against Tank till he got knocked out. What does it matter? What, Jason, y'all don't be listening. Y'all just be responding. Y'all don't even be listening to what I be saying. My whole point was that he got knocked out because he made a mistake. I just wanted to point that out. And was Rolly winning against Tank? Go look at the box record and let me know which rounds Rolly won. Jason Williams. Check out the box record and let me know which rounds Rolly won. Let me see what else we got. Adrian Broner say he coming back. Everybody coming back to boxing. Everybody coming back. I'm waiting on Oscar De La Hoya to throw his hat in. That's the thing. He's too tall to get out his way. It will catch up with him soon. That's what I'm saying. Then don't keep be gassing out. Don't keep Thurman be gassing out. His stamina not that great. I just don't see it, y'all. I don't see Keith winning this fight. Everybody keeps saying, oh, you got to go to Fundora body. It's obviously not that easy. Oh, you got to get on the inside. Fundora's an inside fighter. Oh, you got to get in and get out. Well, you got to be quick because Fundora's long. Like, how you supposed to beat this man? And a lot of people don't like Fundora. They don't like his skill. They didn't like that he fought on the inside and he was so tall. They wanted him to use his reach and his jab more. And he's doing that. He's using his reach and he's using his jab more. Right or wrong. So I don't care like how y'all feel about his skills or if y'all think he good or if y'all think he this and that. The point is, no matter who gets in the ring with Fundora, it's going to be a competitive fight and you're going to have a lot of things that you need to overcome. And he can compete with the top in the division. That's what makes this so interesting. I don't think Fundora is an elite fighter, but he can definitely compete with the elite fighters at 154 pounds, and that says a lot. And honestly, I think Boots and Charlo are probably the only two people that could possibly beat Fundora at 154 pounds, in my opinion. Could he get caught or knocked out by somebody else? Of course he could. But I'm just saying, like, that I could really see just dominating, it would be Charlo and Boots. What y'all think? Jason, you ever see how people get on the inside of Fundora and then they put themselves back on the outside because they don't want to fight on the inside with Fundora? You seen what happened to Lubin. You think them hooks and them uppercuts coming from Fundora, they ain't got no pop and no power on it? He hurting them with them short shots. He's hurting people with them shots. They do not want to be on the inside with Fundora. That's why I don't understand why people keep saying you got to get on the inside. The reason why you watching the fight and you not seeing people be on the inside is because they went in there and then they took themselves out. They can get in there. Fundora, shit, come on the inside if you want to. That's where he comfortable at. That's where he like to fight. Yeah, come on in here if you want to. So that's why you watch the fight and you be like, oh, they won't go on the inside because they not trying to fight Fundora on the inside. Come on. Heck no. And he might make mistakes, but who at 54 is really an inside fighter like that they just gonna be in there capitalizing on the mistakes he's making on the inside, and he's 6'8". Who, Jason? That's all I'm saying. Man, the ladies say they got something to do tonight. I don't know where all the ladies at. I've been on here an hour and 4 minutes. I'm gonna give it a little bit more time before I just drop the link because I don't plan on being on here all night. I've been really, really busy this week, so I kind of been out the boxing loop. But that's what I wanted to talk about too, right? Because I seen this come across my screen, and I be trying to make videos about this stuff, but I be trying to make videos in my studio with my mic and all that, and I just need to start making videos in my car and walking like everybody else be doing. Shit. So I see Keyshawn. First of all, let's talk about the Shakur Stevenson thing, right? I see Keyshawn petition to fight Tio for his belt. I'm like, okay, cool. I thought Keyshawn was on the shelf and he didn't know when he was going to fight again, and Top Rank was doing this and that. And I was like, okay, so he petitioned for a title shot, so he must not be like on the shelf or none of that, like you were saying, right? That's what I'm starting thinking, because why would you on the shelf, but you petitioning for a fight? So they must be getting something set up for you. So then, before the petition, Shakur was trying to fight Tio. And so I'm like, okay. So apparently it's some whole controversy about Shakur wanting to go fight Tio and then getting the belt and dropping the belt so Keyshawn could fight for it and all of this other craziness. And I mean, I see both sides of everybody's argument. Some people like, oh, people move up all the time and fight for a belt and drop it and come back. Tank did it. This person did it. And I'm like, okay, that's true. But I think the issue that people have in the other side of it is like if you was going to go up, it's just weird that you said, yeah, I'm going to go up, get the belt and drop it so Keyshawn could get it. And I think that's what put the negative connotation on your plans of going up and winning the belt and dropping it. Because why wouldn't you let why wouldn't Keyshawn fight Tio for the belt so he could have a name and a title that he got from a name in a championship fight, which would help grow his resume if that's available to him. And so to me, if he's petitioning and going to become Tio's mandatory, then let him do that, right? And so then some people come back and say, well, Tio said he was never going to fight Keyshawn. But when I think back, Keyshawn has been calling Tio out for a while, right? If y'all go back and look at some of the interviews, he talking about Tio. He like, but I'll fight Tio though. And I'm like, why does Keyshawn keep calling out Tio? I thought it was just like odd and weird. Like, why does Keyshawn keep calling out Tio? And then he drops the belt, he goes to 40, and then he petitions for the mandatory shot. So I'm thinking maybe this is what they was going to plan to do all along. He was going to fight De Los Santos. He was going to go to 40. He was going to drop his belt like Abdullah Mason said, and then he was going to go petition to fight Tio for his belt. So to me, it sounds like that's been Keyshawn's plan all along, if I'm just looking at it for face value. So then you got Shakur negotiating and calling out Tio before Keyshawn petitions for the belt. And I'm just like, first of all, I never thought Shakur and Tio was going to fight each other, because I didn't see Shakur going to 40 and I didn't see Tio fighting Shakur, right? Now, if it happens, it happens. I'll just be wrong, right? I have no problem being wrong, but that's my 2 cents. So then Keyshawn puts up, what do you say about retirement? He puts up something about retirement. Retirement is so easy, or retirement is great, or something like that he says about retirement. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, so how are you in retirement, Keyshawn, if you just petitioned for a championship belt? So what I'm asking y'all, the 2 centers, is can y'all kind of help me understand what's going on? No, Hannibal, I don't love being wrong. I just don't always have to be right, because I don't always need validation and I'm not insecure. So I don't have a problem with being wrong. It doesn't bother me, especially about some shit like this that's not even important. But y'all be sure to help support the channel by hitting the Cash App at 2 Cents Boxing or dropping your 2 cents below in the super chat. Especially the trolls on here that I let live every day. Y'all be sure to help support this channel. Come over here, be able to get your 2 cents off. So I just was curious, like, was y'all as confused about the retirement message as I was when you seen it? Because are you petitioning for a championship title or are you retired? Because the retirement thing is just looking like you want attention. Like, y'all seen, it seems like you seen how much attention Tank got when he mentioned retirement, and now you trying to like take a page out of that book. But you're not gonna get the same emotional overreaction because you're not Tank. So you coming out and saying you retired, to me, I don't know about the other fans, it's just confusing me, because I'm like, how are you retired if you petitioning for a title shot with T.O.? How are you retired if Shakur is saying he gonna go fight T.O. and then drop the belt so you could fight for? How are you? Where are you retired at? Like, the only thing that really irritates me the most, if I'm honest, is when people play with my intelligence, right? And you telling me you retired, but you got all this going on trying to set up a fight with it. So I just wanted to get y'all 2 cents about that, because I was a little confused. I don't understand what's going on. Are you retired or are you fighting, petitioning for a championship belt? Let me know. Shell say, I'd rather see Keyshawn fight T.O. because Shakur won't beat him up. He'll just play tag to victory. We need T.O. to get knocked down a couple of times and then get the F on. Oh, and then get the knock the F out. I figured he wouldn't. He just lost a meal. What do you mean he ain't retired? Come on. He the one that said he retired. He said he put that up on social media. He said it in the video he was retired. Oh, this is what he said. Retirement is so peaceful. Yeah, that's what he said. He just put up a thing and said retirement is so peaceful. So now when I'm trying to ask for clarity is come on. What you mean come on? That's what he said. I'm just asking for clarity. And if you do plan on coming back, you should be focused on getting your shit together. If you serious. Not on the internet faking like you retired for attention. Retirement so peaceful. Why would you write that? So you so peaceful. Like, that doesn't sound, it's bad PR in my opinion. But I guess it's hey, all publicity is good publicity. I'm about to drop the link. I guess the ladies ain't gonna join tonight. So I'm gonna drop the link. We could chit chat for a few more minutes and then I'm gonna hop off. Is it a football game or something on tonight? Seems slow tonight. Where everybody at? Am I missing something? I know it's fight song. What's up, the Cardenas? Hannibal. Y'all just be wanting attention. I'm gonna give it to y'all. When Tank say he's retired, it's not a PR stunt. Only when Shakur does it. We're not even talking about Shakur or Tank. We're talking about Keyshawn. That's who we talking about, bro. Stay on topic. Stay on task. I think I need to keep like a little note, pen, and pad so you can take notes while I'm talking. Did I drop the link? They go to the link. I'm only gonna be on here a few more minutes. Don't nobody come up and chit chat. Lamont Roach say he in negotiations to fight Pitbull Cruz. What y'all think about that fight? Lamont Roach and Pitbull Cruz. I honestly think that Pitbull Cruz needs to come back down to 35. I think he's too small for 40, and I don't think his power carries at 40 very well. I think he needs to come back down to 35. So the thing with the Lamont Roach Pitbull fight, I'm like, is he gonna fight him at 40? So Lamont Roach about to go to 140? That's why that fight don't really make sense to me, because what weight are they gonna fight at? Is he gonna go up or is Pitbull gonna come down? Right? And I don't know if Pitbull gonna come down after fighting all those fights at 40. And I don't know if Roach gonna go up and fight at 40. I don't know. I don't know what Roach is in search for. I think he had another fight lined up that he turned it down because he said he wasn't getting paid enough money. So we'll see if Roach trick himself out his spot because he think he's something he's not, or he think his value is something that is not. Or if he takes the momentum and use it to better his career, just like majority and everybody else that fought Tank for the most part. You seen Rolly move on to become a 2-division champion. You seen Pitbull to move on to become a champion. You seen Mario Barrios move on to become a champion. You got to use the momentum correctly. And I don't know if he actually sued Tank. I think that might have just been talk. No paperwork or litigation or anything from my knowledge has been filed or anything like that. So I'm not sure if the suit talk was empty threats. Because like I told y'all, I didn't think it made sense. But we're going to see who Lamont Roach fights next. I think the longer this goes, I don't know. I don't know if Lamont Roach got like a little fan base now, or if it was just a lot of people that just run around and just hop on the next hate Tank train. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, it's the Lamont Roach. Let's hop on the Lamont Roach train because this is what all the haters do. Then they hop off that train, and then they hopped on the Jake Paul Tank fight train. Oh, let's hop on this hate train and go this way. So hopefully some people will still stay on Lamont Roach train when it all passes. But I think if Lamont Roach, let's say Lamont Roach go fight, some people, 1 or 2 decent names, and then they make a rematch, the rematch would be even bigger, especially after the Jake Paul fight. Some people say Tank gonna retire after the Jake Paul fight. He might. Tank might retire after the Jake Paul fight. And it'll be okay, farewell, sayonara. We didn't get all the fights that we wanted from you, unfortunately, which you don't get all the fights you want from no boxer, if we're honest. Dondrick Nim, what up? I ain't seen Dondrick Nim in a minute. Yeah, the link is pinned to the top of the chat if y'all want to come up and chit-chat and have a conversation. I don't know where the ladies was at tonight. They ain't even in the chat. Where Boxing Hacker? I see him in the chat. He only said one thing. Lamont said Tank was too small, so maybe he thinks he has advantage against the smaller guys. Yeah, Lamont was bigger than Tank. They watching football, Dondrick now? Who playing, Dondrick? Because I was like, man, where is everybody at? These numbers looking slim. The women watching football too? I don't really watch football. Let me tell y'all when I stopped watching football, right? Because, I like football. I know a little bit about football. I don't know everything about football, but I understand the game. I know how to watch it, right? I can play Madden. How about that? So, the whole Marshawn Lynch debacle, y'all remember that? When Russell Wilson passed it instead of giving it to Marshawn Lynch on the goal line? that moment right there, I was already kind of like with the NFL, but that moment right there just like popped all the air out of my balloon, so to speak. And I never really watched football after that. Like I used to like have a team and follow them throughout the season. Not no more. I watched I might watch it every now and then. Like I like Derrick Henry, I like Lamar Jackson. But I haven't really watched them in a while. But I really don't watch. I cannot get into football, a team, or liking a player. Like it's because it's too political. It's too political. And that play right there just ruined. Like I'll never watch the NFL again. I mean, I'll never, unless it's like a player that come back that just really grabbed my attention and I'm just interested to follow his career. Other than that, I'll probably never watch the NFL again. It's too time consuming. It's too like, I don't know. I can't explain it, but yeah, I was done with the NFL after that. I barely watched the NBA. Like, it should just be seeming too rigged to me. Zach say, yeah, 2 cents. I've been gave up on football. It's too much to follow, but I respect the sport for sure. Yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot only to be pissed off because the coach called this stupid ass play. Like, I've been following Marshawn Lynch, everything, following the whole season. Like, come on, man. What up, NHA2? What you mean finally catching one of my lives? I go live at the same time. Fridays, 6:30. Sundays, 5 to 7. Tuesdays, 10:30 p.m. And catch me throughout the week. I might do a pop-up or two. That's the schedule. Put it in your calendar. Put it in your phone. Whatever y'all need to do. Bro, Weezy say Alabama college football already pissed me off. They just started playing, Bro Weezy. I used to watch college football. Now I'll watch college football, but even with the college football, when they came with that transfer portal stuff, like it's too much. It's too much. It's too much. Yeah, somebody told me YouTube wasn't sending out my notifications no more. That should make a difference for sure. But that's why I do my lives on a schedule. So, you know what I'm saying? Don't matter whether you get a notification or not, you know what time I'm live. They need Nick Saban. Can't be taking L's that early, man. I don't know about that. All right, let me see if I can find a couple more videos. And if nobody clicked the link, I'm probably going to hop off of here. I'm sick of Adrian Broner. AB, sit down somewhere. AB, one of my favorite fighters, but you're not about to come back, AB. Y'all seen Bill Haney crunk about the Tyson Mayweather fight? Did y'all see Brian Norman Sr. going off on Bill? Like, they really going at each other, bro.
I didn't realize that you responded to my message last night, and you said that your pops was beating me in life, right? That's what you said. You said my pops is beating you in life, right? I want to say something. If you think your 50-some-year-old man, your almost 60-year-old father, that's running around talking about he's 50 and old in the streets, referring to the streets at 50-some years old with grandkids, and pretty much idolizing the streets that nobody knows he's a part of, glorifying being an ex-pimp or whatever it is that he glorifies, and you think he's beating me at life? My kids love me. My kids are around me. I didn't miss no time out of none of my kids' life. I had to miss no time out of none of my grandkids' life. So what does he beat me at? Is he beat me because he's financially well off than me? I'm not broke. I'm not broke. I haven't been broke since I was 21 years old. So I'm not sure in what way he's beating me in. I'm not sure what way that your father is beating me in. So he smells powder. We know that. He drinks. We know that. I don't drink or smoke. Nobody can tell you there's something with no drugs ever in life. Nobody can tell you about none of that. So what is he beating me at? What is he beating me at? He raised a son that had a shout out to Southpaw. He raised a son that had a baby by a sex worker that was making phone calls to Young Thug while he was in jail. And then after these calls, got Bill hanging on the TV. That's Bill hanging on the TV. So after that, got you after the Young Thug call, you go impregnate the damn heifer. Then you go sue the heifer for emotional distress. And Bill Haney raised you, but he's doing better than me at life. How, Sway? What are we talking about? I thought y'all was so much better than that. But you're exposing yourself to do what you are. Some bullshit.
You know, softball talking about
it. Man, you better clock that T, boxing hacker.
Nah, that was all softballs talking about points, man.
I mean, was any of it a lie?
Yeah, it was a lie.
Shout out boxing hacker on the panel.
Salute.
What was a lie? What did he say that was a lie?
He said what he said was a lie?
Yeah, hold on. Let me get these real quick. Shout out to Zach in the building coming through with the first support of the night. $5 in the super chat. He say, here's a little support, Queen. Shout out Zach. All right. And then we got all things in the building with the $5 in the super chat. He says support. Shout out all things in the building. So where was the lie at, boxing hacker? Let me know.
You said where was the lie? I mean, it was a bunch of hating, basically. I mean, a lot of stuff's not even proven. Like, I don't know if Devin's girl was a street girl. I know she allegedly she was a I guess Charlie's Angels was like a call girl center or something like that. But I don't know what she did in particular. You know, the whole Bill Haney being on drugs, I don't know that to be true either. So I can't say verbatim if it's the truth or a lie, but you know, I don't have no evidence either way.
Shout out to
all those things. Go ahead.
With the $4.99 in the super chat said support. Shout out. So thank you so much to everybody that's supporting the channel. It's greatly appreciated. But
yeah, so I mean, it's all like softball talking points, you know. So we know where he got it from. That's why he was like, shouts out to softball, you know.
I don't think those are all Southpaw's talking points. I think that his baby mama was an escort. I've heard plenty of people say that, not just Southpaw. They did have a Young Thug call. I seen that with myself, so that wasn't from Southpaw. He did get her pregnant, so that wasn't from Southpaw. They got Bill online snorting powder, so that isn't from Southpaw.
How do we know he? Wait. See, that's what I'm saying. People are ready saying that.
How we're not gonna do that? How do we know? We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. Listen.
That white girl. Well, how do we know that?
Listen.
I'm just saying, man. People be exaggerating to hate.
I hear you.
You know, that's all I'm saying on that part.
So I mean, a lot of it, he said it wasn't Southpaw at all. It was
they're definitely all Southpaw. That's why he was like, shouts out to Southpaw. It wasn't him. You know,
but what's your 2 cents? What else you got for the show?
Yeah, salute to you. I'm also not a football fan. I actually don't like team sports, to be honest with you. I've always been single sport, combat sport person. Yeah, what were the talking points? I actually don't remember.
I talked about the Tyson Floyd. I don't know if you're here for that, but tell me what you think about this, boxing hacker, and listen to how crazy this conversation is, where it sounds like AI wrote it, right? So Roy Jones and Mayweather get into it, right? Mayweather watching the videos of Roy Jones getting knocked out because Roy Jones said he ain't the greatest of all time or something like that. So then Roy Jones calls out Floyd Mayweather. And instead of Floyd Mayweather fighting Roy Jones, he goes and cherry picks Mike Tyson because he's seen how Mike Tyson looked in his last fight against Jake Paul.
But Mike Tyson also whipped Roy Jones.
But exactly. And so, but I thought Roy Jones, you see how crazy this sounds, but it's a real conversation. Like Tyson, all of this stuff happened.
Yeah, Mike Tyson may not be, he's not old enough to fight with the young boys, but he whipped Roy Jones. Roy Jones.
No, I thought it was a good fight. You think Mike Tyson won that fight?
Yeah, 100%. 1,000% he won that fight. I think Roy Jones went there to survive. Mike Tyson probably like 30%, and and Roy Jones really couldn't handle him. I don't know.
So Chad, who did y'all have? Look, hey, Chad, let me know. Drop below. Who did y'all have winning that fight? Roy Jones and Mike Tyson. Baby, who won that fight? Roy Jones and Mike Tyson. Oh, you think Mike won too? Okay,
yeah,
he said
Mike won. Mike 100% won.
Yo, Roy was holding his stomach after that fight. I forgot about that. He was holding his stomach after that fight.
They were asking Roy, "Is he okay? Are you okay?" Which is wild because like Roy was still, Roy's been actively fighting. He's been losing like from time to time to like no-name opponents, but he was still actively fighting here and there. So I actually thought he was supposed to do better because he was a more active fighter. But
right,
Mike was definitely better.
But still though, Roy called out Floyd. I mean, Mike Tyson probably wasn't even worried about Floyd. And I thought the call out was fake because Mike Tyson don't even like Floyd, right?
Yeah, Mike don't. I don't know if he still doesn't like him, but he didn't like him before. Yeah, Roy didn't like him before either. Roy's always like hating on Floyd. Roy stay hating on Floyd,
but they still beefing though. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why he should have fought.
I think it's something about the older fighters, especially like the ones that are a little bit bigger. They sort of like hate on the newer generation. Like, after Roy was Floyd, and Floyd was like the pay-per-view star. He sort of took Roy Jones' spot.
Kind of.
Actually, no, because Oscar too, but I think Floyd was right there.
I don't know, but yeah. So, what you think about the fight, Mike Tyson, Floyd Mayweather?
So people try to compare it to Tank and Jake Paul, but I mean Floyd's been retired for over 10 years, So like, I think he's doing he's at this point he's supposed to fight exhibitions, if he wants to fight.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, why are you?
Yeah.
First of all, the fight's not till next year. Why are you announcing it right now? Right? It just kind of looks like, why are you doing this? Like, just let why you? So Tank go fight a heavyweight. You go fight a heavyweight. You got to announce it right now. That shit ain't till next year in 2026. Like, it was no need for you to do that right now. I feel like.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to overshadow what Tank is doing.
He's not gonna overshadow what Tank is doing.
Why not? Floyd and Mike are bigger than Jake and Tank. So
nobody, the fighters people want to see now and the demographic, right? Nobody, you know what I'm saying? No, people will watch it, the Floyd and the Mayweather thing, but it's not gonna be like
it might be like, bigger.
Yeah,
depending how they
I think so.
So depending how they promote it, right? It might be bigger. And the thing about it is like I said before, Floyd's bigger than both Jake and Tank, like in terms of popularity, and so is Mike. Now the question is like, has their popularity diminished so much that they're still not there? Maybe that the Jake Paul fight will be more exciting. But the problem with the Jake Paul fight is like there's no like, even though people are gonna watch it because like Jake Paul has a big fan base, Tank has a big fan base. Not many people say they like the fight. Like it's not like they gauge an interest like in the fight.
Well, it's because you're talking to the hardcore fans. Everybody else don't really know no better.
I don't know, because when I go to the barbershop, people are like, "Man, what the hell's wrong with Tank?"
Yeah, they watch They boxing fans. They not just little ultra super casuals. This is a fight for the ultra super casuals.
I don't know, man.
This is for the fight that people believe that Jake Paul is finally fighting a real boxer, a real fight. This is for those people because they're 100 pounds apart. This ain't no real freaking fight.
Yeah, they're gonna end up wearing like 16-ounce gloves or something, So they're gonna trust me. They're not gonna wear 8 ounces.
I don't know what they're gonna do. Like,
yeah, that's the only way I can see that happening. They're gonna wear some heavy ass gloves. If they wear heavy ass gloves, then I think Tank has a really big advantage in that fight because then it's just like sparring,
I mean, they're gonna do something to try to make it, a little bit, more even.
Man, you gotta put 10-ounce gloves on Jake Paul. Man, if he lands a punch,
they're not going to do that. That's my point.
Yeah, Jake Paul's fist is bigger than Tank's whole body, man. They're not gonna do that.
That shit gonna look stupid. I have no idea what's about to happen. And I think that's intrigue too. Like people don't know what's about to happen, so they're gonna watch.
It just seems like a circus. I mean, like shouts
out. Are you gonna watch it?
Yeah. I watch all fights, man. So shouts out to him, I guess. But is it the ideal fight? Absolutely not. I don't believe
the ideal fight for us. The ideal fight for him.
I don't think it's gonna change boxing. I don't think Tank is like some kind of like.
Who said we're gonna change boxing?
People are out here talking about, man.
It's already actually it is. It's already actually boxing hacker. Boxing hacker. It's already changed boxing. They got a whole new category now. So technically, it has changed boxing.
Yeah, they also got misfits.
No, they have a whole new category on BoxRec. So technically, it's already changed boxing. That's the only point I'm trying to make.
Okay, I mean, touche.
So you can't use that argument no more, boxing hacker. I just killed it.
Yeah, you did. Touche to you, man. Like, hey, but I don't know. I don't.
I think we're gonna start seeing a lot more of these. What was it called? Professional hybrid bouts. We're gonna start seeing a lot more of those.
I hope not.
Yeah, because you think Jake finna fight Canelo, he finna fight AJ, he finna fight all the big names. Jake Paul finna rack them up.
It's sort of like the thing about it is Jake Paul is actually a boxer though. It's not like he's a celebrity. It's not like a celebrity boxing match. It's like two boxers. One boxer gets super heavy. The other one's super small.
Yeah, it's a spectacle.
Yeah,
I mean, but my thing is, how long exhibitions been going on in boxing?
Huh?
How long has exhibitions been going on in boxing?
Oh, forever. Yeah, they've been going on for a long time.
So why is this ruining the sport?
I say it's ruining. So here's the problem with it, right? Like, Tank's not fighting. Let's say he has to fight his contemporaries. If he was like beating his contemporaries, people would be like, "Oh shit, okay, this is just an extra fight." But like, you ain't even fighting like the people you're supposed to be fighting.
Who is he beating if he's not beating his contemporaries?
He's beating Lamont Roach for 130. He ain't even beat that guy,
Ain't T.O. finna pull up Shakur from 130?
No, 135.
I mean, from 135? Ain't T.O. finna pull up Shakur from 135 to 140?
But Shakur seems more willing to fight his contemporaries.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, isn't T.O. about... Okay, so is that a problem for you?
But here's a problem though, right? Like,
is that an issue for you? Can you answer my question?
Not really.
No, it's not an issue for you. But it was an issue
really
when Lamont Roach came from 130, even though he had fought at 135 pounds several times.
Man, not probably in the beginning of his career, but the difference with the Lamont Roach fight is that Lamont Roach versus Tank was like, what were the odds? Like 25-1? Like.
That's because people didn't know who he was and they underestimated him.
But the odds tell you to tell the story, to tell the tape, right? It tells you that
they're not always. Would you agree that the odds are not always right, boxing hacker?
Yeah, but that's how you tell the tape, right? That's how you know if this person's supposed to be almost your equal or this person's like a cherry.
But you do agree that sometimes the odd makers get it wrong.
Yes, they do.
So could the Lamont Roach Tank fight been one of those times where the odd makers got it wrong?
It's hard to say. They didn't get. I mean, Lamont Roach did way better than people expected. But as far as getting it wrong, we look at them. Tank is a multi. He's somewhat of a multi-division champion. He's somebody who's fought at bigger stages. He has no losses, he has a 97% knockout ratio versus
What does that
Lamar
have to
Roach.
do with the odd makers?
So when you asked me, did they get it wrong? Well, if you take all those stats, no, they didn't get it wrong. It's just that Lamar Roach was a sort of like I don't want to disrespect the brother, but some will say it's like a cherry pick gone wrong. You know, it wasn't the odds aren't wrong because the stats show that he should be the favorite, a heavy favorite.
I know I understand that, but what I'm saying is that sometimes the odd makers get it wrong, and fighters are better than people think, and the fights are more competitive than
sometimes you beat the odds. That's what really happens. Sometimes you beat the odds. Like for instance, if
everybody kept saying Lamar Roach was a good fighter, it's gonna be a good fight. Shakur said it, Tank was saying it. So I mean,
it turned out to be a good fight.
Yeah, it turned out to be a good fight. So I'm saying so exactly. So just because the odd makers got it wrong, and Lamar Roach performed better than you did, and he had already fought 135 pounds before, and you don't have a problem with Shakur going to 40 to fight T.O. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing.
So the odd makers didn't get it wrong. The odd makers didn't get it wrong. What happened is that he beat the odds.
However, beat the odds, got it wrong, whatever your perspective is.
The odd makers were right for their choice. It wasn't like they were like, oh, they should have rated him higher, you know.
Shout out to who's that, NHA too?
Yeah, I think so. So good, brother.
What's going on? What's going on, chat? What's going on, panel? 2 cents.
What's up?
I'm chilling, man. I just find it amazing. What's going on, Hacker, man?
Yeah, this picture, I don't know, reminds me of The Last Dragon for some reason.
No, it's a hybrid of a motherfucker Coming to America and Tank Davis.
Yeah, I see it now.
But since we're talking hybrids, but I just find it amazing that motherfucker that Jake Paul is actually trying to fight real boxers in the face of boxing, aka Stank Davis, is trying to fight a YouTube star.
NHA. We're not gonna do
that. We're not. What you mean? What I lie about?
We're not gonna do
that. Take that. What? What I lie about?
What's his name? Call the man by his name, bro. Just Tank Davis, all that.
No, I didn't. That's the Tank Davis.
So what's the problem?
I'm just saying. It's amazing. Like Jake Paul is actually out here trying to fight real fighters, real boxers. He trying to get it on with Canelo. He trying to get on Anthony Joshua, and Tank over here chasing the motherfucking YouTube star. I thought he said all money ain't good money. Why is he? What type of world are we living in? How's a YouTube star trying to fight actual fighters? Like I'm talking about like top fighters.
All cap is good cap, you know.
That's just crazy.
What's even crazier is there's more demand for that than your favorite fighters.
That's cap.
I won't say that, man. I mean, it sounds good and all. I'll just preface that. Let's say this. I don't have a problem per se with Tank getting his money or any boxer getting as much money as they can. I just find it weird. It's just.
We're in a new time.
Crazy.
Boxing's changing. Like I just told Boxing Hacker, they just created a whole new category on BoxRec. Hybrid professional boxing.
Yo, no, the fight next week is the fight, man. That's what people are really talking about. Anybody really talking about the Tank stuff, man. These fighters just like a random afterthought, you know.
Y'all seen how they dropped them tickets down $1,000?
I don't know, but I know
they upgraded people
talking about it. You know, I'm excited. Shit,
I hope they do shit because that gives me hope and shit.
Yeah, they said they're gonna be seized. I think they 2 buy 2 get 1 free. All kind of shit they got going on. They trying to sell them tickets.
Good. I like that.
You going to the fight?
Change my mind. Shit, if I can give me a good seat at a good fucking
price,
whatever.
Hey, you should probably just show up. You should probably just show
Say
up.
it.
They might just let you walk in just to
Yo,
see.
isn't this me?
Nah,
Like,
see, I would never. Nah, I'm not doing that. If it was like New York or some shit like that, yeah, that's. Nah, I'm not fucking taking the
you know
whole
what's
flight to
crazy?
Vegas and all that sort of crazy shit.
I'd rather watch a fight at home than go watch a big fight in the stadium. You know,
Wow.
I
unless
do
it's
too,
easy.
but it's a different. It's
Hey,
a different.
somebody got
It's
music
it's a
in the
different
background.
feel.
Y'all gonna get me demonetized. I
I ain't
gotta
gonna
pause
music.
it
Yeah,
and turn it down.
yeah. Like I'd rather watch a fight like because you have your TV or your big ass monitor screen. You got food and all that. You know, you go to a fight or fight parties. You know, like people be making noise. It'd be like half the people don't even watch fights. You know, it'd be like somebody brought their date. And they're like, "Who's fighting?" I mean, you're like, "Oh my god, I don't want to explain this," you know. But for me, I always like watching fight. Like it was a huge fight, you know. If it's just like a boxing tournament, like an amateur fight or like a local pro tournament, then I'll watch it. Like go to the fight, but like huge tournament, huge fights, I rather watch at my home.
I don't know. I like both. I like going to fights. You gotta have a good seat though.
I think the last major fight I went to watch was Tank versus Hector Garcia.
That was a good fight.
Yeah, that was a good fight. And then the Russells got in an argument with Big Meek. What's his name? Not
Meek Mill.
Big
Heels, yeah.
Meat.
Big Meek. I'll think about the BMF. Yeah.
So boxing hacker. How does Bud beat Canelo?
So what?
I don't want no generic answer.
Yeah, I got you. So if you know Canelo can't box and move. He has to actually stay planted to like throw his shots at least effectively. He's not like a puncher mover. Like that's why people who move always gave him trouble, because for him to actually land punches, he has to set. You know, if you remember with Floyd Mayweather, whenever Canelo was set, he would throw jabs and then make him reset, and then he'll move again. You know, and so every fight that ever has good movement always gave Canelo problems. Every single one. That was Canelo. That was Floyd. That was Bivol. That was Arizona. That was Laura, right? All those three people gave him problems. They're all good movers. You know, Bud's also a really good mover. If Bud moves around enough and makes Canelo reset, you know, it forces him to reset multiple times while boxing. I think he wins. I think he wins easily, actually. You know,
Easily?
he doesn't let Canelo push him to the ropes. You know, like Canelo's whole thing is like the opposition, like being able to like force you back, and then if he can get you to the ropes, he can now like land punches like he lands them on the punching bag. You know, if Bud can stay away from the ropes and just keep in the center and keep on move and box, I think he wins.
You think that's gonna be easy for Bud to do?
I think stylistically favors Bud. Weight wise, it favors Canelo. So weight and strength favors Canelo, but I think styles it favors Bud. So like, if Bud overcomes the weight differential and is able to just box, I think he wins. Yeah.
I think Bud might be a little slower than he was with 54, because he put on a lot of muscle. So I just when you put on weight, you lose something. You don't keep everything. So some people say he might be slower, but he's gonna be still faster than Canelo, and that could be true. But I still think Bud gonna be slower.
So there was a misconception. He didn't put on muscle, you know, because I remember people saying that Bud's bulking up too much. He didn't actually. Bud used to cut weight to a very low weight. So like he was too big for 147. You know, what happens is that Bud just didn't cut as much as before. You know, so that's why if you see him now, he doesn't look like all like people act like he's Broly or like Brolic or something. You know, it's just that he's just not cutting as much weight as before, and he's not cutting into his muscle as before. He even said that
because it sound good.
No, he even said that on the interview. He said like, "I'm just not cutting muscle." You know, because when you that's definitely not. I don't know if that's him per se, but
what you say, Boxer Hacker? You don't know if that's him,
man. Look,
you
man,
don't know if that's him. You better stop playing with
man.
me. You better
It
stop.
might be. I can't tell.
That boy
AI,
say, I don't
people
know.
have all AI pictures nowadays, but
bro, that is him. Now, what you were saying? Go ahead.
He didn't pack on muscle like that. He's not cutting as much muscle.
That man ain't
so
look like that ever. Boxing Hacker, stop.
He's just not cutting. He's not cutting the muscle like he used to. You know, like if you have to cut down to a lower weight class, right? You're not gonna like you know. First off, like lifting weights is gonna come to a minimum, right? Because it weight like
How you
muscle.
think he got like that if he wasn't lifting weights?
How can I say this? He probably does. He lifts weight on normal like this. It's not like something he's doing something extra. Like the way he's working out now is probably like just him in general, you know. But the only difference now is that he doesn't have to like stop lifting at a certain time, or you know, he has more leeway than before.
I mean, all of that is cool. I'm just asking, what do you think? Like this him fighting like this, which he normally doesn't. Something will be different about him.
We'll see.
Shout out No Cap on the panel.
Yep. 1 week away before the boxing world is of Saul Canelo ever learned.
Man, here you go.
Speak on it, Cap.
That's Buddy went Super Saiyan. He came out the damn spirit room, nigga, like Dragon Ball on these niggas. The whole new form about to beat the shit out of motherfucking Canelo. This nigga, the black Bruce Lee. Look at this nigga.
He's 38 years old, looking like that.
That ain't nothing but speed and power. He about to beat the brakes off of Canelo. It ain't no motherfucking Jeff Lacey weight, big ass, bulky ass muscles. That's lean. That's real muscle right there. He about to beat the brake off of fucking Canelo, bro. There ain't no water retention and none of that bullshit, creatine shit. That's that real shit. He about to beat the shit out of Canelo. It's over with.
No cap. Canelo about to catch Bud with a straight right and a left hook.
And then Canelo about
to the body.
Wow.
To the body.
Man, Canelo gonna be that bitch get hit. He like bing, 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 bing. You like, damn, Canelo, why you ain't doing? Hit his arms, Canelo. They be like, why you ain't hitting his arms, Canelo? They gonna be like, they ain't gonna understand what happened. They gonna be like, Canelo ain't take the fight. They gonna be all these. It's gonna be disbelief and excuses. They gonna have to blame it on Snap. Just blame it on
Victor. I'm ready for it. The excuses and blaming it on Snap. You hit it right in the head.
Oh yeah, we need answers.
This is about to be an ass whooping.
But I've been explaining it. I need all the butt haters to stand on what they're talking right now, because they saying Canelo go over there and spark the shit out of Bud. I need y'all to stand on that when Bud does the opposite.
Who said that?
There's a lot of people picking Canelo to knock Bud the fuck out and
I do think Canelo
put him on his ass.
I do think that. I mean, I'm not saying Crawford can't win.
Canelo get stopped by Bud.
I just think that Bud got a lot to overcome to win.
True. That's fair.
You know what I'm saying? I act like he just finna go in there and just like he's just finna be. No, it's a lot. Like you honestly, if we honest about Bud, he hasn't been very active. He's been fighting once a year the last 7 or 8 years. Out of Bomac's own mouth, he been a weight bully because he been walking around shrinking himself down to 135, 140, and 147, which is what Bomac just said. So you've been fighting smaller guys. So just because you've been big enough to fight at the weight class, just because you finally make the weight and fight at the weight class don't mean you're going to be successful when you haven't been prepping yourself to fight bigger guys and none of this shit. You know what I'm saying? You've been shrinking yourself down and fighting smaller guys. And you've been fighting once a year for the last 7, 8 years.
Hey, you still be kicking ass. Fight once a year, once every other year, whatever you want to call it.
I think that will play a part. Y'all don't?
Nah, he hasn't played a part yet.
He had a whole year, a year-long training camp. He about to beat the brakes off of Canelo. Canelo's finished.
That could be good or bad, no cap.
Ain't gonna be. It's good. Y'all about to see. Help us on the goddamn way.
Man, I'm gonna be
a tremendous ass whooping. When this ass whooping come to fruition, I'm gonna have to go find all the Canelo channels. I gotta see a live reaction. I gotta see they souls leave their body as they watch Canelo get dismantled. I gotta see it.
Who is a Canelo channel? I don't know no Canelo channel.
I don't know. They out here.
They out there. They out there.
I'm gonna find them. I'm gonna find them just so I can watch them. I just want to rush into the spirit.
When Tony come on, you could ask him. He be on them.
You know the Canelo channels?
Oh, he definitely do, man. How can you not tell? When's the last time Tony ever said anything bad about Canelo or any critique in Canelo? As soon as it could be any fighter, you know what I'm saying, we talking about usually he's on the right side of it, you know what I'm saying, the right side of the argument history. When it comes to Canelo,
I know one Canelo hater. Kamal Oz is a Canelo hater.
Oh yeah, come on, don't like Canelo at all.
I didn't say his name right.
Yeah.
He's so annoying. Canelo.
We're not gonna do that. Shout out Juke on the panel. What up, Juke?
What up, y'all? How y'all doing this evening?
What's up, Juke?
Well, Juke.
Hey.
Man, we just up here talking about this Bud fight, trying to create some buzz since ain't nobody buying tickets.
No.
Really?
Yeah.
I would think that they're doing good. No,
They just dropped the prices $1,000.
Right, because
That's how it usually happens, 2 cents.
Huh?
That's how it usually happens.
Yeah, because
No.
Canelo.
Are they like
No ticket prices, no
Once you
$1,000.
make your bread, you know what I'm saying, you make a lot of a good portion of money out doing pre-sales and shit.
Dropping tickets $1,000 is not a good
It
sign.
happens frequently in all
Not
boxing
for
events.
magnitude.
Like
You ever seen
they
tank
fight-
tickets
they
drop
fight-
by $1,000?
They fighting at a stadium.
Mayweather tickets get dropped by $1,000. You ever seen Earl tickets get dropped by $1,000? You ain't never. Whenever you ever
Yes,
seen,
I have. Jerry Jones bought fucking majority of his goddamn tickets and shit when he fought at the Jerry's World.
y'all some haters. I swear to God.
I'm not hating. I salute, but Spence is, Spence fight anybody and shit 154, 160 over there. I'm Spence all day. As long as he's going up against Bud and shit, then he's a different story. I'm not no Spence hater. I'm not even a Tank hater.
I mean, which ticket? We're talking about those real high end seats, like when they have like the whole bowl or something, like what do you call it?
Well, they said I read something that was saying they upgrading people's seats and they dropped some seats by $1,000.
That's what they do. They like, this is what they do, right? They don't. I'm saying, I'm gonna put this out there. Let me see if somebody gonna bite and shit. See somebody gonna pay for these fucking $70,000 seats and shit. It don't happen and shit. You know what I'm saying? Then we gonna sell them accordingly, like they're supposed to be sold. They already sold almost 60,000 seats.
I doubt it.
This is a big.
Come fighting.
This is a big arena, but normally what I normally see, like I do expect like sometimes the tickets to go. Sometimes you can get a cheaper ticket as it gets closer, but those are rarely the high end seats. Those are normally like the really, like the 200, 300 level seats.
So, Drew, you think this fight sold 50,000 tickets?
Yeah.
50,000? I mean, maybe. I mean, because like I said, I would normally think that if it's going to sell the tickets, it's going to be the ones that are like, those high-end seats, like all the high rollers. They tend to buy their seats because like they can afford it, like celebrities, other athletes. I would expect them to buy like those really high-end seats, and then normally they would drop the seats as in the 300-400, what they call the nosebleed seats. It's but 50,000. I mean, if they're, I don't know. I don't know if they sold. Is that the capacity? 50,000?
I think it's 65.
Capacity is 65,000.
Ooh, yeah. See, and that's what I would think for something that large, because they're not at where are they again?
Allegiant.
Yeah, Allegiant. Somewhere like Allegiant, I would think that the ticket pricing should be a little bit more reasonable because you can sell so many. Normally it'll be cheaper because it's a bigger arena. But I just don't. I think that's why I think you do need an undercard, even though I understand that Canelo has a name and Bud does too. I think that's a problem, and I don't think it's been promoted as well. But 50,000 tickets, I don't know. I can't. I don't think so. Not yet.
Y'all think the websites is lying and shit that track the tickets and the markets and everything?
I mean, if it says they did, if it says they did, I'm not going to argue against it. I mean, I'm not. They say they did. It's possible. Maybe the tickets. Well, you guys said they cut the tickets down in price, so maybe that's possible.
We believe the reports. That's the thing. We believe the reports about them cutting the ticket prices down, but we don't believe the reports about them selling like 58,000, 60,000 tickets.
when come fight
I don't
night,
think
everything's
anyone
gonna be
said.
sold out and packed. Trust me when I tell you that.
I don't think anyone said we don't believe it. She just asked me like if I was to just guess offhand if they sold 50,000 tickets, I'd probably say no because I just know they were really expensive. But if they say they did, they did. I'm not challenging it. Like I can see it, especially if you're saying they sliced the prices down. I mean,
And
I
you
don't
could
know.
buy, and you could buy now,
Yeah,
pay
yeah.
later. But we was talking about how Bud was finna beat Canelo, and I think Boxing Hacker say he gonna fight him in the middle and stay off the ropes.
Yep.
NHA, what you got?
How Bud gonna beat him? He gonna beat him
Yeah.
like he beat everybody else. I'm not. I mean, I'm confident he's gonna do it.
Oh, you didn't hear. I said no generic answers. You gotta give like
Hold on, generic answers. All right. I mean, Canelo fights the same. Well, he hasn't really changed the way he fights and shit. And like literally, like his last several fights and shit. He's up there in age, mile wise, and he has bad fucking feet. He's not gonna be able to fucking cut off the ring because Bud's not gonna go in there and fight all timid like for like motherfucking Jamel and shit. He's not gonna be able to do that. Canelo hasn't been fighting like like he was fighting at, what I'm saying, when he first jumped into 168. He does the same shit. It's repetitive. It's double hook and overhand right. Like I don't see nothing. I mean, we could say he could be gonna punch Bud all over in his arms and his thighs, all that other shit. But he's got to be able to catch Bud. Bud's not gonna be sitting there and saying laying on the ropes and shit and waiting and get tagged up. That's not. But
So how is Crawford gonna beat him?
It's gonna
You
be
tell
one
me
side
what
speed, timing,
timing,
picking his shots,
picking his shots.
like he usually does.
No,
He's not
Bud,
gonna
stop the
fight.
Canelo. Y'all think I sounded crazy? I'm
Hold
telling you
on,
now.
I'm trying to
Stop.
get NHA to give me his breakdown. Speed, timing, picking his shots. So all you need to do is be able to have speed, timing, and pick your shots.
Yep, countering, and that's the way
Countering.
Bud usually fights. Ain't gonna be no different.
So what are Bud's biggest flaws coming into this fight?
Bud's biggest flaws. I mean, shit. I mean, can't really mean he has the same flaws any other fighters would have. And shit. Like sometimes
What are
you have
Bud's
mental
biggest
lapses, you get
flaws?
tagged and shit.
What are his biggest flaws as far as his fighting style? NHA, you know what I'm asking? Why you being silly?
You don't really got no flaws like that.
He don't really have no flaws like that.
Nah. I mean, we could say, yeah, he gets caught. He gets caught flush sometimes and shit. Like, but what fighter don't get caught flush? This is fighting. I don't understand. I mean, to me, he doesn't have any glaring flaws I could point out. Like, oh man, this is what Canelo can capitalize on. I really don't have
Right,
that. I'm
that's what
being
I'm
honest with
asking
you.
you. That's exactly. And Boxing Hacker, that's the same question for you too.
I don't really have that. I'm being really honest with you.
What are Bud's like biggest flaws and the things that Canelo will be able to capitalize on in this fight? Shout out Coach Eddie for joining the panel. What up, Coach Eddie?
Hey, what's going? What's good, everybody? Salute.
What up, Coach?
Oh, okay. Can I drop my 2 cents or can I
Go
get
ahead.
my breakdown?
Go ahead, Coach Eddie. I'm gonna let NHA and Boxing Hacker think about that for a second because they
Okay,
have a
yeah.
hard time.
Yeah, my breakdown as far as the Crawford fight, it's hard to go against the brother because I ain't never seen him lose. I have seen Canelo lose. So at the end of the day, I think the game plan for Bud, keep the fight in the center of the ring, have an active jab. If Canelo gets close to him, he needs to tie him up and he needs to turn him. And he also needs to land some meaningful shots from time to time. Bud's going to have to control his passion for warfare. Don't get in too many 50-50 exchanges. Yeah, and the biggest thing, he needs to control the action in the fight. He needs to control the fight. That's the main thing. Canelo's going to try to press him. He's going to try to make Bud punch a little bit more than Bud wants to. by trying to walk him down with the high guards. He's gonna try to make Bud punch himself out. So Bud have to really just keep it a boxing match. You know what I'm saying? Don't stay in the pocket too long, but don't overmove too much either. Don't move around too much where you burn yourself out. And if he can use the jab, he can find the openings. I believe he can do a good job on Canelo, and I believe he can edge it out. Maybe a 7-5, 8-4, but he needs to make sure that he win the exchanges. And if Canelo lands 2 shots, he needs to land 4 to 5 shots just to let the judges know that he is in control of this fight. It's going to boil down to control at the end of the day. He's able to control Canelo, control the action, keep his back off the ropes, and don't be surprised if if Canelo gets maybe cut, busted up, because Bud does have power where he can cut you and he can bust you up and lump you up from time to time. I think Bud has enough punching power to get Canelo's respect. So I don't think Canelo just gonna be walking through Bud. But I'm looking forward to the fight. I can't wait.
Okay. NHA, what you got?
What Coach Eddie said.
No, okay. And I'm gonna ask you, Coach Eddie, like what are some flaws and things that you think Canelo will be able to take advantage of that Bud do?
Bud, a passion for warfare. He has Holyfield in him. The same thing what we usually get Holyfield in trouble. Holyfield will sit in the pocket and he'll fight with you. Bud will do that. He'll fight with you. Because if you hit Bud, you catch him with a good shot, he wants to come back, he wants to get it back. So he's gonna have to control that passion for warfare that he has. That could be his downfall. Stay out of 50-50 exchanges. I think Canelo's going to try to punch with Bud. Now, we hadn't seen Canelo. Actually, I just seen Canelo lose his last fight, in my opinion. But that's neither here nor there. But we hadn't seen Canelo fight an elite southpaw in a very long time. So it's going to be interesting to see what stance Bud comes out in. If he stayed the southpaw stance, or he's going to switch and keep him guessing. Not to mention maybe
been in the orthodox. Bud get hit a lot in that orthodox stance.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, but Canelo gets hit too. That's what I'm saying. It's a good fight. See, Canelo doesn't slip punches like he used to. That's why he walks you down in the high guard. He may go back to trying to slip punches. We'll see. But I think the first 2 to 3 rounds is going to tell the story. I think we're going to know who's going to win within the first 3 rounds. If it comes out, if it ain't looking good for Bud in the first 3 rounds, it's probably not going to get any better. And vice versa for Canelo. If Bud comes out and is able to take control first 3-4 rounds or whatever and bank those early rounds, that's what he needs to do. He needs to make sure that he banked them first 4 rounds right off the rip. Make sure you come out, establish yourself with the jab, stay active. Bank them first 4 rounds, make Canelo have to pick a little catch up. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully he can get a little records. You might be able to catch him with something and hurt him.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Coach Eddie, do you think this feat is bigger than when Ray Leonard came out of retirement to fight Hagler? Do you think what Bud's doing is bigger than that right now?
I don't know, man. This is kind of a fight. To be honest, this is a fight that nobody really seen coming. So I said this on another show. It's kind of like a timeshare. You buy it and then you're like, well, I know I didn't really want it, but I'm gonna tell everybody how good it is because I have it now. So, but Bud can win this fight because I'm saying I don't think, man, if I can say Canelo, if you really look at his career, I mean, most of the guys he fought small, old, kind of a little bit past it or whatever. So I think it's a good fight. This is definitely a winnable fight. In Las Vegas think so also. They had odds, really, really close. It's a style matchup. I don't think Bud is just because he beats Canelo. I don't think that makes him the best fighter at 168 by no means.
But I think it's the same thing with Ray Leonard and Hagler. Nobody thought Ray Leonard was gonna fight Hagler.
So do y'all think that Canelo's a good counter puncher?
He was retired.
Huh? I do.
Yeah, Canelo's a good counter puncher. He is. He's a good counter puncher.
And can I just have my little 2 cents on the how the fight might go down? What I think Bud should do.
Go ahead.
Now, so I just think I I think Bud should start moving a lot in the beginning, right? I know that sounds crazy. Like, don't run. I'm not saying run. I'm saying stick and move. Of course, don't go into the corners. I say that because I think he needs to frustrate Canelo just a little bit to get Canelo to start winging those shots. Because once Canelo gets irritated, I noticed that he'll throw even if he's not balanced. He'll get a little irritated. But he normally does that with people he doesn't suspect of having power if you think you're safer. But I saw he did it with the last fight, and I've seen him do it in other fights, even when the person does have some pop, right? Even when he got frustrated with Bivol. Move around, jab a little, move kind of how Bivol moved around for a while, then he would kind of stand in the pocket a little bit, move around. He did a mixture of all. And then I think after a while you are gonna have to stand your ground. Then I would say, okay, then you want to start standing in the middle. But I think he just needs to kind of trick Canelo into thinking like you don't want him to feel your power early, right? And I think also this start going to Canelo's body, kind of take away some of that power. I think it is a winnable fight for Bud as well. I just think that he should move in the beginning to get him frustrated, and because we know that Canelo doesn't have great legs. And one of the flaws that I see that Canelo that Bud does have is one thing that I think he it's kind of what Coach Eddie just said, which is he wants immediate get back, if he gets hit with a good shot. He kind of have to control that because we know Canelo's a good counter puncher. But at this point, I don't know if I think he has good upper body speed, but not the foot speed. And then he really just got to force Canelo to respect him because you can't pity pat, of course, which I know Bud is not going to do anyway. But I do think it's winnable. I think it's a winnable fight. But he does have a lot working against him, because Canelo's used to getting hit by the bigger guys. Bud has been a little inactive, but not so much so. So I think it's winnable. I think it's really, to me, can be contingent upon how well Bud takes Canelo's power because he's gonna get hit. And Canelo, I think should be the opposite. Like you need to just kind of overwhelm him. Don't let him start figuring you out. Bud start thinking. That's when you might have a problem later on the stretch. But I kind of see this as Canelo being already up on the cards the minute the fight starts anyway. But I still think it's winnable.
This is a good fight to play. If you want to play,
one thing I want to say.
Y'all think it'll be 2 or more knockdowns?
Huh?
Y'all think it'll be 2 or more knockdowns?
I think
no. Might not be no knockdowns. It's gonna be a knockdown. It's gonna be fucking Bud. Nah,
I think Bud might stop him. I don't know.
But this is what I want to say, right? That I the reason why I said I really don't see anything glaring as far as a flaw that Bud possesses is because I truly don't. And I'm gonna push back on what Coach Eddie and Juke said a little bit. Just as far as like the whole when Bud get touched up, he want to get his lick back. We base that off.
Let me get this real quick. Shout out to D1 with the $1.99 in the super chat. He says, "What up, ladies? Stop by to smash the like button." Shout out D1. Go ahead, NHA.
So we based all this off, I think, in my opinion, off that one fight with Mean Machine. It seems like he threw the playbook out the fucking window and shit was just like, yeah, I'm about like this Lithuanian or whatever the fuck he was, motherfucker and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna put him in his place. I really haven't seen Bud, quote unquote, try to get his lick back when he gets touched up. It's usually everything is calculated about him. Like, for example, especially, you know what I'm saying, if in a big fight. If y'all can remember, in the Spence fight, I think it was like in the second round, Spence caught him with something mean. And Bud didn't react, well, let me just jump on Spence and shit. No, he's not. And he spoke on it too. When Spence caught him on something, he's like, oh, okay, that's all you got? Cool. Now I know where your power's at, and I said, let's go. And I think that's going to be one of the keys and shit. If he's able to take Canelo's power and just, you know what I'm saying, and just, I think he'll be good after that. If he could take Canelo's power, then he could just employ his own game plan and shit and just do what he do best. I don't think he's just going to, if Canelo touch him up, he's going to, automatically go into fucking Pitbull mode. Nah, fuck that. And this is a street fight. I think that's one of the most it's like one of the most overused and overrated, talking points that people use when it comes to Bud. He doesn't fight like that. Not that I've
Okay.
seen it. I've been following.
Well, I'm just going to give the instances of when I saw it because I am a Bud fan. I've been watching him for a very long time. I saw it in the Gamboa fight, the Benavidez fight, Jose Benavidez fight. He did it in the Avanesian fight. And maybe not the Earl fight. I don't even remember because Earl, that's a whole other topic. But yeah, I mean, a big fight. I mean, he's only had basically really one other big fight. So, I mean, yeah, so maybe he's learned from that. Maybe he's grown out of that. But I have seen it before. And also, matter of fact, no, it says Earl. What's that? Who's the guy he fought, right? The last guy he fought, the first fight at 154.
He did the same thing with
Yeah,
Kell Brook also.
he did it in that fight. I've seen him doing at least 4 fights where like he did, and that's because that's kind of how he got hurt with Gamboa. Although I'm not saying he's gonna get hurt now. I think that was a matter of him just trying to fight at a weight he shouldn't have been at anymore. That's just my opinion. But I've seen that if he gets touched, he immediately wants to get back. So that's been at least I just count. That's 4 fights I've seen him do that. So I'm not overblowing it. I'm just going by what I saw in my eyes, and he cleaned it up. You know, the Spence fight he was on point. And I expect him to be on point this time. But she asked, I'm just trying to point out a thing that I do think is a flaw. And sometimes his defense is not as tight as it should be. I mean, he's human, right? I mean, he's a great fighter. He's still.
I think Bud keeping the jab out there might work against him because he might get time.
I don't know, but Bud's super fast though. Bud is somebody who matched what's his name, Amir Khan's speed. And Amir Khan's crazy fast, so that's something we have to keep in mind. If he had the same speed,
nowhere near that fast at 168.
We don't know. Like I keep saying, people keep talking about the also when it comes to muscles, it depends where his muscles are at. He doesn't have that much muscles in his arms. I think like his muscles are like in his shoulders and his legs and stuff.
Boxing Hacker, I showed you this picture, but you told me.
You know what, too, saying I can kind of co-sign that because when I was 175 pounds, I was like super duper fast. My hands were, and I'm at like 230 right now. My hands ain't really slowed down that much.
Yeah, it always depends where your muscles, the weight distribution is at. It's not really, like if you have muscles in your biceps and triceps, that might slow you down. Maybe biceps mainly, but if you have muscles more in your legs and your shoulders, that's probably not going to slow you down like that. And the dynamic muscles or is it fast twitching? All those things count.
I want to speak to the punching power real quick. I can remember now. I can remember 2 guys who hit me the hardest. One of them was a middleweight. He was 160 pounds, and the other guy was a heavyweight. It was Kevin Kingpin Johnson. I was sparring with him. The dude hit me with an uppercut, and he just took my freaking head off, man. I just came down, my nose was just pouring blood like somebody turned on a faucet. But the other guy was a middleweight, 160-pound guy. Those were the 2 times you see how big of a range that is? A guy that's about 240 and a guy that's 160 pounds. So just because a guy's heavier doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to be a heavier puncher. It is maybe just because I didn't see that. I didn't see the 160. I didn't see that punch. I didn't see it at all. I just know it. Like, God dang, where the heck did that come from?
Yeah.
His name was Keandre Lightning Leatherwood. You can look him up. That dude cracked. He fought Julian Jackson's son. He fought Truex. He fought a few people. He fought Andy Lee, but I used to spar with him sometimes. He's very fast, very good puncher, and I didn't see the shot coming. So that's how you can hurt a bigger guy just by simply not seeing the shot coming. And Bud does do that. He does surprise a lot of people. A lot of times it's not so much the power. He just surprise these guys with shots they don't see. And he hurts them.
Those are the ones who hurt you the most.
Bud's the only fighter I ever seen match Amir Khan's speed. I've never seen another fighter that
I've never seen Bud punch as fast as Amir Khan.
He matched his speed in their match. Man, Bud threw a punch in that Earl Spence fight. I didn't even see it. Like it was this fight. It was like a punch, like an uppercut, and Earl just fell over. I was like, "What happened to Earl?" Bud
when he was up on the ropes.
Yeah.
Now Bud
see that first? I didn't see that first.
Amir Khan, I got it. Tony,
he don't punch fast. He just has good timing, like excellent timing.
Nobody I know has Amir Khan fight. I don't know any of them.
Tony reviews. What's your 2 cents? What you got for the show? Tony, are you there?
Yeah, I'm just grabbing my mic. I'm just readjusting my setup.
What's good, Tony?
What's going on? How you doing?
Tony.
All right.
Is this Bud at 180? Is that what we're looking at?
Yeah. This is his most recent picture, Tony.
I gotta I gotta see him next to somebody to get a gauge of how big he is, because it's hard to tell when you by yourself. But this is him at 180 pounds at 38 years old, bruh. All I'm gonna say is I've been around weights, gyms, athletics, boxing, etc. all my life. And to go from maybe 165 pounds, gain 15 pounds of lean muscle at 38 years old in a year's time, bruh, that's pretty unheard of.
He didn't gain any muscle. He just didn't. He didn't cut weight.
That nervousness.
Hold on,
That
hold on.
nervousness.
It's Tony time. Tony, I think he's the X-Man. But what else you got?
Yeah, I think you're gonna find very few people who have been around any type of sport where you got to put on actual mass, and they're gonna be like, yeah. So whatever Victor's giving them is working. That's all I'm gonna say. It's definitely worked, but it ain't gonna matter, because at the end of the day, it don't matter what you put on. Your body's not acclimated to it. You haven't used it. You could get bigger, you could get stronger, and it may even make him a little bit faster, but he's not used to it. It takes time for your body to get used to gaining a tremendous amount of size in a short period of time. And I don't understand what people are talking about when it comes to Canelo and his footwork and all this. It's a whole bunch of BS. Look, Terrence Crawford has great footwork because every person he fights, he's either got a longer reach than, or he's the same height or slightly bigger than. So you're going to look good moving around the ring when you're fighting guys that you outreach. However, Canelo must have some type of feet because he's catching guys who are 6 foot plus, 200 pounds on fight night. So you can't have horrible feet and catch guys who are that much bigger than you when you're a hobbit. It doesn't happen. So I think people are really underestimating how good Canelo is based off the size of his competition. Now, as far as punch output goes, Canelo throws about 450 punches per fight. Don't let the skull fight like confuse you or make you think that Canelo's got horrible stamina. He doesn't. He threw over 450 fights against Munguia, against Berlanga, John Ryder. He never stopped letting his hands go, especially John Ryder fighting somebody his own height for the first time in who knows how long. So I'm just telling you, like, there's weight classes for a reason. Terrence didn't have no power at 154. See, here's the thing. If Terrence would have went out there and not looked much different than he did at 147 against Israel, who only had 11 fights, let's not forget that, who Virgil Ortiz sunned, and Virgil Ortiz hasn't even been proven to be great yet. We don't know where he's at. The thing is when I look at it, your power, this killer instinct, it really wasn't there at 154. His power evaporated in one weight class. Now he's going to go up 14 more pounds, 2 more weight classes to fight the best chin in all of boxing. I don't see it. He could come out southpaw, but again, I said John Ryder was a southpaw. Billy Joe Saunders got his face broke, was a southpaw. Lara, that was a long time ago, southpaw. Trout, southpaw. Canelo has gotten better and better against every southpaw that he's fought. So it's not like we're talking about the same Canelo that fought Mayweather that couldn't move. Bivol outboxed him. Bivol, arguably, purist boxing, might be the best purist boxer in all of boxing. Arguably, could be one or two, but purist boxing. And even Canelo, who was undersized, shorter by a lot, reached nowhere close, still managed to cut the ring off, still managed to trap him against the ropes, put him in the corner against Bivol. Now, you can say he didn't do it against William Skull, but William Skull said out of his mouth, I'm not trying to win a fight, and he never really tried to engage with Canelo. So if you got a guy who refuses to engage with you, who just runs from you the whole fight, because that's what he did, he admitted it, then of course it's not going to look the same. But when Bivol came to win, and Bivol came to show Canelo, I'm better than you. You belong at 168. You're a little. He fought him. And when he came to win, Canelo still trapped him in the corner, still had him against the ropes at certain times in that fight. And that was in a fight that you could argue that Canelo lost every round. But when you look at it, Bivol was bruised from the top of his head all the way down to his elbows, forearms, wrists, hips, sides. I mean, it looked like he had been hit with baseball bats after the fight, and he won in a fight that he dominated. So again, I just think, look, Canelo gets a lot because he's short, fighting 6 foot tall guys. But if you think that's conducive to a dude he's going to be looking eye to eye with, I think people are going to be very surprised how easily he keeps up with Bud, how easily he keeps Bud in the pocket, how easily he'll get him in the ropes, in the corner. And I'm not saying Bud's going to get just blown out the water, but it's going to be a wear and tear. It's going to be a methodical breakdown. He's going to beat Bud all over the body. And Bud has never had somebody fight him who just hits him. And that's what Canelo does. He just hits you. He learned from Mayweather. Look, if I can't score on a moving target, I'm going to just hit a fucking moving target. And that's what he does. And that's what he's been doing since he fought Mayweather. Even against Laura, when he was missing, he's quit trying to score and just started hitting him. So again, this dude is not the same fighter. He averages 450 punches a round, a fight against guys who come to win. And they both had bad performances in their last one. I thought the Skull fight was lackluster, but that was due to Skull not wanting to win. Israel Masvidal showed up to win, but Bud really didn't do nothing with him until the last 3 rounds, to where Israel just looked dead tired and he still couldn't hurt him. So again, I just don't understand these Terrence Crawford fans who say he's just going to go in there, knock out a dude who's never been knocked down, who walked through Kovalev, never got knocked backwards. You could say Kovalev was past his better days, and I won't disagree with that. I picked Canelo to beat Kovalev because of Kovalev's age. However, power is the last thing that goes, and when you got a guy like Kovalev jabbing you and hitting you with straights, and you're just walking through it like it's nothing, that tells me you've got a chin. I don't even know if Crawford's going to generate enough power to knock this dude off balance. He may just high guard him, walk into him, and beat him down. And that might just be the story of the fight. So, again, when it comes to Bud, great fighter. And if Canelo was smaller and this was at 154 and Canelo was never as big as he was, I would edge Bud, even after seeing Israel. But he's not. He's not going to do it. And I'm going to land here because I know I'm long-winded, but this is what I'm going to say. Bud gets hit a lot. I don't care. Like Bud, everybody talking about Terrence's IQ. I don't really see his IQ. Terrence Crawford wins his fights by physicality. I've never seen Terrence do like a Mayweather, to where he sits there, he downloads, he adapts, he shuts you down. Terrence he's better than you, and he imposes his natural abilities on you. That's how he wins his fights. He swarms you, he overwhelms you, and eventually he gets you. So I don't know where this great IQ is coming from with Terrence, because that's not the way he fights. He's not an adaptive fighter. He's an overwhelming fighter that just keeps coming at you. And because of it, he gets hit a lot. The only chance he has of winning is to fight Canelo like he did Victor Post style. And he has to pray, and his fans have to be right, that Canelo's feet are trash and Canelo can't cut off the ring. Because if Canelo can cut off that ring and stay on top of him, he ain't going 12 rounds. I can promise you that. But that's my 2 cents. Canelo is going to beat this dude bad.
Yeah.
All right, we got hold on, Boxing Hacker. Hold on, Boxing Hacker. We got Rick Timms and Rich on the panel. Mr. Greg, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Well, hey, what's up? What's up with it, 2 cents, everybody? Panel, chat. Hey,
Rick. It was on Mr. Greg, but I guess he didn't hear me. Go ahead, Rick.
Oh, yeah, let Greg go. Yeah.
Mr. Greg, can you hear me? You on mute, Mr. Greg.
Yeah, I realized I was on mute. I'm sorry. I was saying I have to hurry up because I have to still go. Bud has to be smarter. And I think that's where will change the trajectory of the fight, is how smart he does what he does. I think he has to do a lot of everything. He does have to throw more punches, and they have to be much more accurate. Trying to knock Canelo out is a waste of time. Hitting Canelo is the better way to go, the better avenue to take. And hitting Canelo in the places I've constantly said, the temple, top of the ear, neck, chest, body. You gotta take chances from doing that. That's how you at least get control of the fight. I don't think for a minute there's going to be a whole bunch of firefighting in there. Canelo is as he always does, he gets frustrated with boxers, and that's one of the reasons why he just hits you anywhere, because moving fighters who always are hitting him, even if they aren't hurting him, still annoys him. So I think that's how this fight will go, probably 12 rounds. I see no Canelo destroying Bud, but I don't see Bud knocking out Canelo either. The unknowns is whether Bud can handle Canelo's punch, and whether he has a big enough punch to at least make Canelo respect him. That has to show up in the first, I say, 3 to 4 rounds. He does that. He keeps Canelo turning. He outboxes Canelo because that's Canelo's Achilles heel. Regardless of how well you hurt him, whether you hurt him or not, Canelo always gets outboxed. And all the 4 fights that I felt he's lost were the same reason. He just got outboxed. And that's been throughout his career. So I don't think, even if he's gotten better, which he has, he still has that deficit. I want to say something that Boxing Hacker asked, whether this fight was as big as Ray fighting Hagler. The answer to that hacker is no. There was a lot of animosity between Ray and Hagler long before that fight ever got made. Hagler always thought that Ray was given everything, while he had to really toil in the trenches to get where he was. So there was that resentment. Then when Ray retired and lured Hagler out to Baltimore, big event, everybody thought he was going to announce the fight. He got Hagler there, got him in the ring, and said, this fight is Fort Knox, but it'll never happen. Hagler was furious for the next 3 years about that because he felt he got played. So that Ray was going up, because Ray did have superstar status. Coming out of retirement, everybody thought he was going to get annihilated in the ring, and that didn't happen. But it was a lot of anticipation about the fight to see, because this, when Dare to Be Great really meant something back then, and that's what they thought Ray was doing again. So the anticipation and the backstory and all of that made that a bigger fight. Plus, these two guys were bigger names for that time period. So no, this is not as big as that fight, but it's an interesting.
Boxing Hacker just be talking to get a reaction.
No, wait. That's interesting because
it's not your turn, Boxing Hacker. Go ahead, Mr. Craig.
Yeah. So, but I think with this fight, with the way Terrence has moved and he's dared to do the kind of things that he's dared to do, that's a great thing. I wish it would have been seen, it could be seen in that light, but it's not. It seemed like nobody asked for the fight. Yeah, that's interesting. You're too small, et cetera, et cetera. So Terrence has to really perform well to show that he could do what he told y'all he could do. So there is going to be a degree of pressure on him, in my opinion, to perform. But also Canelo can't let Terrence win either. He can't just go out there and decide Terrence is small and he's going to walk him down. That's not going to happen. Canelo is going to have to box a lot more, which is why I think he has boots in his training camp, which was a wise thing to do. But it also tells me that he got in. Crawford got a little bit into Hagler's, not Hagler. So that I just see the fight being one where we have to see how, I believe Bud will be a lot smarter. He does have to contain himself because Bud does have that in him. If you hit him, he want to get back. And the only way he was going to be able to know whether he can actually take a punch from Canelo and give a punch that Canelo will respect is in those moments. Whether he should do that or not, we'll see the first. Because Canelo tends to, in my opinion, he'll throw the kill shot a lot, especially when he gets frustrated. And he can catch you a lot. Yeah, he can catch you on the shoulders. Where your shoulders get hurt, where your sides of the body get hurt, I don't know. But that's the unknown here. Bud's coming in with a lot of, he's still coming in, regardless of his skill set, with a lot of unknowns, and we have to see that. I believe he can win, but he has to outbox Canelo all 12 rounds, or at least 9 of the 12 rounds. I don't think, I hope it's no cheating in terms of the scoring, and I don't think it will be, but you never know, because boxing, a lot of things can happen. I hope Bud doesn't get hit and the ref decides to fight. So those are the intangibles that I see in that fight, but I do see Bud has to box. He has to be superb in the way he boxes, moves, keeps Canelo in a tight circle, make Canelo miss more than Canelo connects, survive if he has to, a punch that he's going to get caught with, because everybody gets hit. I don't care who you are, you're going to get hit, and all it takes is one punch. So that's how I see that fight going, but that's my take right now. I haven't seen Bud yet, and I'm out here, but I haven't gone over to the win. We haven't gone to the win yet, because I had a lot of stuff to do. So, but I want to see how Bud actually looks, because the pictures, it makes you think AI, but I don't think it is, but it can make you think that way. So, but if I see him, and that's one of my intentions, to be able to see him out there, see how he actually looks, then I'll get an idea whether this picture is real or whether it's sort of exaggerated, because you can do all kind of things with pictures these days. Not saying that's the case, but we already know that you can do that kind of thing now. So,
hey, fellas, I got a lady that wants to get on the panel. Would somebody like to volunteer to get off, because it is ladies' night, so they do.
Yes, I will. I just wanted to come on and say hi to everyone. Say hi to Jude. Is Jab Queen there?
No, she's not up here right now.
She ain't there.
Hey, Mr. Greg. Hey, Greg. Hey, Greg.
Yeah.
Hey, Greg. Hey,
yes.
Look at my message. Did you see that?
Oh, no, I wasn't there.
Yeah, Keith Holmes was there. I went out there. They had a bunch of sparring matches, like a couple of little sparring matches in the middle. It was a nice event, man. A nice event.
Yeah, we was in the midst of something, but I knew it was going on, because I would have told you about it if I didn't think you knew. But no, I missed that one because we had to do some other things.
You know what I'm talking about, though, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was live out there.
Yeah, I know.
People, a bunch of young fighters, a bunch of young fighters.
And that's what we need to see, because I think Jarrell, I'm saying this name wrong. His last name is Hackett.
Oh, Jalil Hackett. I think he was out there too. I don't know. I watched the sparring matches and stuff like that.
Where was that?
Then I left.
Where was that?
Not Spawn. I keep saying Spawn. You said what?
Where was that?
Oh, it was on Upshur
Recreation Center.
Yeah, but it was a back to school event.
Yeah, it was in Northwest Washington.
Man, that shit was good, man.
Yeah, that was good thing, though. I'm glad I'm seeing that a lot of the older guys are starting to what I've been understanding, and the conversations I've had. Some of the older guys down here are putting together a little money to push some of these younger guys down here in the boxing game. So we'll see how that works out.
USA Boxing be stopping some of these events, though, these local events.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like my friend tried to put one up for his gym as well, but then USA Boxing got in the way of it, saying that if any amateur competes in it, they're going to be penalized and all sorts of nonsense.
Yeah, you got to get it approved.
Right. Yeah. You got to do all that. But listen, I will talk with y'all next week.
Oh, Mr. Greg, hold on one second, Mr. Greg. When it comes to that Ray Leonard and Hagler talk, right?
We're not about to argue about that, Greg. I mean, boxing.
No, I was just saying, like, well, who's coming through more adversity, right? Because you have Bud, who's going up two-way
This fight
classes.
ain't even bigger than Tank and Ryan Garcia.
Hold on, guys, hold on. You're talking about Bud, who's going up, I guess, two-way classes to fight Canelo, who's a pound-for-pound king, right? Currently, one of the pound-for-pounds, right? And they have Ray Leonard, who came off retirement to go 160 to fight Hagler. I don't know.
They don't have a history, boxing hacker. They don't have a history. They don't have.
But in terms of like the fight
Crawford
itself,
woke up one day and said, "I can beat Canelo."
And also, you know what? Another big
who's
thing.
accomplishing more though in terms of the fight itself?
Ray,
both
Ray
fighters,
Leonard. You know why?
Nobody
Because
thought Ray Leonard was gonna beat Hagler, right? Because Ray Leonard was coming off retirement. Hagler was a bigger fighter, more active fighter.
That doesn't mean it's
Bud's gonna beat Canelo.
This is the thing, though. This is the thing, though. You know what? Like Bud Crawford is seen as like he's been active. He's come off 2 great performances. The difference is that Ray Leonard was inactive for three years and a retina surgery. And back then, like I think he had that fight at 32, 33. Back then, when you were 25, 27, they considered you old. So he was ancient by the time he took that Hagler fight.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a different world that you're trying to compare it, and I promise you, no, he did not. This man came off. Hagler was seen as the most vicious. He still can be considered the best middleweight that ever existed, and Ray Leonard came off of a 3-year hiatus after a retina surgery because back then retina surgery you couldn't bounce back as fast as you can nowadays, right? The technology won as well, and it was a great fight, very tight fight, close fight, but they gave it to Ray. It was a much bigger feat. This fight is just something we're getting because somebody's jumping up. But the difference with that fight is that if Leonard Leonard did win, he got credit. If Hagler would have won, he got credit. In this situation, there's nothing for Canelo to gain. It's a
why
win-win
does
for
Hagler
one
get credit
person.
but not Canelo?
So at the end of the day, can we let Keon?
Wait, why does Hagler get credit but not Canelo?
I can explain that because you got to understand
Oh my
something.
God.
As great as Hagler, no, hear me out. As great as Hagler
Hagler's
was,
being somebody who came out of retirement out of surgery.
hey, listen to me, boxing hacker. I'm going to explain it to you. You got to understand something. Sugar Ray Leonard was way more established, beat way better fighters than Terrence has ever been in the ring with. Number one. Number two, hold on. Number two, as great as Hagler was at 160, Hagler, I'm sorry, I don't care who disagrees with me. He's not on Canelo's level. Canelo is a multi-division.
Yeah, I disagree with you.
I got you. But here's the facts of the matter. Hagler was a 1-weight class champion. That's it. That's where it begins.
This is exactly why Bud is going to destroy Canelo when you got people with opinions like this. Bud wipe the floor with this bum ass Canelo. I don't want to hear nobody talk about. I want people to admit they don't know shit about boxing. That's what I want. I want people to admit that they don't know shit about boxing when Bud destroyed this dude. You talking this crazy shit.
You can't compare a career 1-weight class champion to somebody who's moved up multiple divisions.
Man, look who the man is fighting.
Divisions against who? Against who?
I think the box is all about to strike lightning on Tony.
Talking about this motherfucker. Michael Hagler smoke Canelo like a pack of Cruz. The fuck is you talking about?
It might not go that way.
Marvin Hagler is one of the greatest fucking fighters in history, nigga.
Canelo ain't cut like that.
I think Hagler is a better fighter,
a fighter like Canelo.
I think Hagler is a better fighter.
Canelo would duck Hagler. Shit.
Absolutely, I agree. Absolutely
Yeah.
But yeah, but
Hey, Tony, I'm just glad you exposed yourself as a Canelo fan. Applause.
You know what's so funny about that? I've been called a Canelo hater for damn near my whole channel's existence. And because you don't like what I say about 2 fighters, I'm now a Canelo fanboy. That's crazy. But
I can just tell.
I mean, I told the whole world, and I got videos that Beaver was going to beat him with ease, and he did. And I screamed that. But the fact of the matter is, I don't care how dominant somebody is at 1 weight class. You can't compare them to dudes who transcend multiple weight classes. It's incomparable.
It wasn't no super middleweight back then, brother. It was either hold on. It was either 147, 160, or 175. That's why you see Bob Arthur go there and fought Joe Frazier and Muhammad Ali. It wasn't no cruiserweight. It wasn't no in between classes. What are you talking about?
Here's the problem. What did his peer do?
Right, and
hold on, y'all. I gotta let Rick Timms get his 2 cents and Rich. Rick Timms, what's your 2 cents? What you got?
Oh man, hey, shit. Greg pretty much covered all the bases. You know, as far as how this Bud stuff go. You know, I'm not even really alarmed about his weight gain. You know, I mean, the dude 5'8". I mean, he stays pretty fit year round, and when you lean, You know, it's easy to put on muscle and gain and lose it a lot quicker when you're not lean. And as far as this tough ass fight with Canelo, I mean, there's no way I see Bud dropping or even stopping Canelo. You know, he just got a hell of a feat, you know, in front of him, you know, keeping that jab busy. You know, he got 4-inch reach advantage. You know, he gonna have to be brave and go through some fire and drop some combos. He gonna have to score points. You know, stay busy and doing them lapses that Canelo known to have sometime when Canelo don't, you know, be letting his hands go. I mean, but either way, man, it's gonna come to a point where he gonna have to really dog it out in there. He gonna get caught. You know, he do get hit. You know, he done shown he can be chinny, and getting cracked by this dude here is gonna be a different ball game. So I'm very intrigued on seeing how he gonna handle that if that happens. So either way, you know, when you the underdog, you gotta come to fight, and this dude here is known to come to fight. You know, and I can relate to a guy that's that's used to winning, used to defying the odds, and achieving something that a lot of people don't see him achieving. I mean, 8 days, we all gonna see how serious this dude is, because Canelo is gonna be a tough night out, and I love it.
Okay, hey, 2 Cent. I'm gonna go ahead and pull out now because I gotta roll out so you can let the other lady come in. But
Okay.
I'll like I said, I'll try to see if they'll let me film.
Hey, Mr.
On
Greg.
fight night, huh?
All right, Mr. Greg.
All right, then y'all take care.
All right.
All right.
All right, Key, there goes the link for you. You can come on up.
Come on,
Go
Key.
ahead, Rich. Rich, what's your
Finally,
2
Key get
cents?
to
What you
come
got
up.
for the show? Rich, you there? Cue the violins.
But you have to give Canelo credit if he beats Bud. I mean, it is what it is. You know, I don't see how people are saying
credit for what?
He don't get no credit.
I keep telling you, if Hagler beat Sugar Ray, they will give
Stop
Hagler
it.
credit.
Stop using that. We already said it's not the same thing.
Boxing
So,
hacker.
It's definitely the same thing.
Floyd.
Wait, let me explain something to you, Tony.
No. Just
Sugar Ray
hear what
Leonard came out of retirement, had
Hear what I'm about to
surgery,
tell you.
lost
Hear what I'm about
once
to tell you, and then you could explain
Durant.
whatever you want. He's
Yeah.
going to beat Bud so bad, he's going to get zero credit, and people are going to say Bud dared to be great, even though Bud ran from 154 from his peers. He didn't want to fight them other champions because of his performance with Israel. They're going to say Bud dared to be great, and they're going to be like, this was a dumb fight. Why the fuck did they ever make it? There's weight classes for a reason. Canelo
You said Tevin Farmer was going to punish Kid Austin too, bro. So
Hey Tony, did Canelo run from Demetrius Andrade?
We're gonna beat the brakes off Kid Austin. So I don't know.
Did Canelo beat? I got a question for Tony. Did Canelo run from Bubba Andrade?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
I don't even think Bud could beat. Wait, Andrade.
So you're criticizing
Wait.
Bud for
Andrade. I don't even know if Bud could beat Andrade. I think Andrade would beat the brakes off of him.
I agree with that.
Andrade's
I
a
agree
fucking
with
bum,
that.
dog. He got dropped by Vance Martiresian, bro, at 154.
Nope.
He's never beaten an elite fighter his whole career.
It's a style matchup.
What was my guy?
This fight about exposed who people really don't know the fuck they talk about. When Bud watched Canelo, I want people to come on here and kiss my ass. Because this is an easy fight to predict. I want people to come up here and kiss, because this is going to be a whitewash, domination. They're going to be talking about this shit, overhyping the performance. But I already been seeing this is a cherry pick for Bud. And like this, Canelo's was first off, he washed. He was never that good to begin with. The dude ducked everybody at 160. He gave Jamal Charlo became champion because Canelo gave him the belt. People just gloss over that.
What the fuck are you talking about?
They gave
him the franchise tag. They gave Jamal Charlo. Who did Jamal Charlo was Canelo mandatory? Canelo said, "We ain't fight."
Here's what I want you to do. I want you to go Google this.
I'm not trying to mute y'all, but we got somebody new on the panel. Shout out Key on the panel. What up, Key?
Hey y'all, I was, you know what? I did not mean. I'm gonna let them because that was interesting. I wanted to hear the guy say what the keys to victory what for Bud Crawford was. So let him go ahead and finish real quick, and then I'm gonna chime in.
Y'all gotta let me introduce people when I pull them up. When y'all hear this sound, I mean I'm trying to talk or y'all talking over each other, so y'all gotta relax. Go ahead, Tony. I think Tony was talking, or it was no cap. Go ahead, no cap.
Yeah, like I'm glad this is 1 week away because I'm sick of this shit. Like when Bud beat the hell out of Canelo, he beat the brakes off this dude. I don't want to hear shit. I don't want to hear shit about Victor Conti. I don't want to hear shit about Snack.
No,
you know what I'm saying? Y'all in here talking crazy. Y'all sitting here acting like Bud and almost knocked Madrimov out in the 9th round.
But you acting like Canelo ain't nobody.
He ain't nobody. You're gonna see it on Saturday. Next Saturday, you're gonna see. And when he beat the shit, when he make it look easy, I don't want motherfuckers to apologize to me. For real.
Well, the thing is,
like I'm crazy.
if you say
So,
Canelo's
I
nobody,
want
then you
motherfuckers to
can't give. This is a problem. If you say that Canelo's nobody, then you can't. Then Bud can't get credit. So you gotta like.
He get credit because y'all giving him the credit by
No, you
him.
can't. What I'm saying is no, because then you. That's what I'm saying. You
No,
can't
but
diminish.
see, y'all doubting him. The people doubting him. That's why he getting credit. I'm not giving him credit.
What do you mean doubting him?
I just said it was a cherry pick for Bud, but he go get credit because all y'all doubting y'all to hype Canelo up. Y'all to turn Canelo into a motherfucking
we hyped Canelo up. I didn't play that. We didn't give this man all them
the boxing media did. They didn't gave this man everything. They did roll off the red carpet, like acting like this dude is some all-time great when he's a fucking fraud. You know what I'm saying?
I think the boxing media doing that.
I think y'all. Okay, so we
calling Canelo
oh
a
my
fraud.
God.
When you
Okay, please don't.
He's not no
Okay.
he's not the best Mexican fighter of all time.
I like
Bud,
but I'm gonna say
not
something
close.
to counter that. When you look at the totality of Terrence Crawford's best wins, it's come off of dudes who are always
So what? Resumes don't win fights.
No.
That's what I said about Spence. I said the same dumbass shit with Spence. The resume.
Okay, we gotta do one at a time, bro. Let people talk one at a time.
So this is what I'm gonna say. Terrence Crawford's best wins come at the very end of the fighters' careers. When has he fought a peak primed elite fighter since like what 135, 140, maybe? You got to go that far back. He ain't fought no elite prime. His best fighter, Earl Spence Jr., was in 3 car wrecks before he finally got into the ring with him, and damn near got stopped by Ugas in the fight before he got in the ring with him. So again, when you look at that, if you're gonna do that, then you need to do it on both sides. While you could do criticisms against Canelo, Crawford's best wins aren't against these peak performing fighters. I mean, they're just not. It's ridiculous to even say that. Furthermore, the fact of the matter is this. You said that Canelo ducked Maul, which is the biggest lie ever told, because you can literally go on YouTube. You can Google this. Mel came out, said that Maul had the contract and turned it down and didn't want the fight. That's his twin brother calling out his brother. Furthermore, he had a third time to fight him, and he turned down the fight again. That's why we got Mel. It was supposed to be Maul and Canelo, but he
had mental illness and he was drinking. Been out the boxing game for 2 years. He definitely tried to give him a fight. Straight cherry picking fast. Like I said, a complete fraud.
Maul is a duck because he ducked Andrade too. He don't want none of that smoke. He been ducking that dude for 10 years, man.
Let me break this down. We were talking about resumes. Let's go back to Kovalev and Canelo. Kovalev had a war with Anthony Yard, and 8 months later, 8 weeks later, he fought Canelo. So he had time to recover from the fight with Yard and no time real prepared for Canelo. Jermell Charlo, this dude out for 18 months. This dude got a broken hand during that hiatus. He's not sparring nothing. Then he get 4 weeks to prepare for Canelo and move up 2 weight classes. And you wonder why he had a bad performance. It doesn't take fucking rocket science. Bud had a whole year to prepare for this fight. He's going to beat the brakes off of Canelo, bro. It's not even going to be close. This is going to be the fastest, strongest version of Bud we've ever seen. He's going to dominate him. It's going to look easy. Canelo going to beat this. He might quit on no mas 2025. I'm calling it now. Ass whooping, epic proportions. Y'all gonna kiss my ass September 13th. I guarantee you.
Hold on, y'all. Let me let Key go. Key,
I know that's right.
What you got for the show?
Well, first of all, I have no pushback from the Boo Boo comments. Okay, Andre, they did duck Boo Boo Andre, period, and did. Secondly, I do agree. Now, that's one thing I've been thinking about, because Bud has been calling out Canelo for a while. And if he did not take advantage of the time that he had off since Madrimov, then I don't know what to tell him. So he did have over a year to prepare for Canelo, or at least about 8-9 months to prepare for Canelo, whereas Canelo is going in about what 4 months prepare, 5 months to prepare for a Bud Crawford. So this is gonna be a very interesting fight. Um, I do have Bud beating Canelo. Y'all know that already. But one thing I would never get up here and do is diss Canelo's resume. I would never get up here and say that he's a nobody. I'm not saying that the gentleman that said that is wrong or anything, but for me, I mean, Canelo is still the all-time great. In my opinion, if Canelo beats Bud, it's what he's supposed to do. And as far as like with me, I'm not gonna put too much stock into it because that's what he's supposed to do. This man is moving 3 weight classes up in your into your neck of the woods. Now I do see the path being painted for a Canelo reign for the next couple of fights, because I don't know if y'all know, but they have revealed that Hamza Sherez will face the winner of Christian and Billy and Lester Martinez. And if you guys know, Turkey is really trying to put Hamza Sherez in a Canelo match next year. And so they have pushed Hamza Sherez above Jamal. I mean, now we even got Beck the Bully as number 1. I was talking about that earlier. So they're really trying to get that reign in, that last, bit of fighters of who Canelo's going to fight before he retires. I think Canelo said he maybe in one of the interviews, he said he maybe had about 3 or 4 more fights left. So we could be possibly seeing a Hamza Sherez, a Jamal Charlo, Beck the Bully, and things like that. Whereas with Bud, I think if he beats Canelo next week, he rides off into the sunset. I can't see him staying at 164, nor can I see him jumping back down to 168 and then jumping back down to 154. At this stage in his career, it'll be kind of like for what? You know what I'm saying? With all that smoke there and everything else, I could see him just riding off into the sunset. So if my prediction is I think Bud may win this fight next week, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's a draw or some type of controversy surrounding it. Now that I see the plays that's being made for 2026. As far as Canelo go, what they're trying to get him to do, how the rankings and everything is looking, where they're moving everybody. I wouldn't be surprised if it's something with a controversy, Canelo ends up pulling it off, or he maybe just wins that clean, because one thing about it, Canelo is a great fighter. He's one of the best to ever lace him up. So whether we like it or not, we could talk about his competition and everything else, but the man been fighting since he was 17 months old professionally. So I think that they're pretty much giving him his goal, his farewell tour. I see that being lined up with Hamza, Jamal Charlo, and Beck the Bully. And I'll take it off and see what you guys have to say about that.
I agree, like almost everything you just said, Key. The only thing is I can say is like Turkey has had his plans right before, like what you're right with the rankings and what he wants to set up, and we kind of know when he has someone he wants to win, he has these plans set. But we've also seen that those plans have gotten sidelined more than once, a couple times. So he's not the best planner, and he's probably not the best matchmaker. So, but I do give Bud a good chance, because I'm going based off both of their last performances, and I think if I have to gauge both their last performances, Bud had the better performance. And I do think that Canelo is getting a little slower. He looked a little slower in that fight to me. But then Bud didn't look as fast in his fight with Madrimov to me. But I just think skill for skill, if it was skill for skill, size for size, I think Bud is a little bit more well-rounded than Canelo. But I don't like the idea of downplaying, even though Canelo has done his cherry picking throughout the years. He definitely ducked Boo Boo. He does a lot of people, Jamal, all that. But I can't say he's trash or he's not a good fighter. And I think that will just only take away the victory if Bud can pull it off. Right? Like, and I just think it makes sense, because at the end of the day, we're not hype. When I say hyping Canelo up, I didn't hype him up to get those accolades that he got. I didn't make him beat Kovalev. I didn't make him, beat Lara, even though I think that was a controversial win, and all these other things he's done. I didn't do that. But I do.
But
think
Jupe, do you think Jupe that is wild that I can't remember a last fight that I've heard so many people come out the woodwork saying that Canelo was going to get stopped. I even went back to Triple G. And there was some that were saying, "Oh, Triple G is this." You remember that with the first fight, at least,
Oh yeah,
where it
because
was all
he
that.
kind of be bullied into that fight. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, but like, I don't even think, and maybe I'm wrong. I'm up here with some very well versed gentlemen and queens, kings and queens up here that have a more extensive knowledge back then with the fight build up. But have y'all ever seen so many people coming out and saying that Canelo is going to get stopped?
I'm be
The
honest with
man
you.
that has taken punches from Triple G, Kovalev, Lara, who else had
Can I answer that
uh
for you? Because
It don't
I know the
matter
whole
Well,
though.
wait a
history
minute.
of this.
It's
I see
ladies'
this happen in
night.
real
Let
time.
me answer it first. It's ladies' night.
He said James Kirkland was the hardest puncher you ever been in the face with. It's not always the name guys. It's the guys that you don't think of that be cracking. So James
Right, but
Kirkland was the
no, but
hardest
that's
puncher you
not
ever
her
been in.
question though. Was when okay, right? We know what he said is his hardest puncher. Which her specific question is about when has the public like tonight we're hearing that he's gonna get stopped, right? Like we
Somebody got feedback. They got to meet.
I want to respond to that, right?
well, hold on, like
Go ahead, Jude.
Finish up, Jupe, and then we're gonna let Rich go.
her question is when was the last time the public, people who are betting professionals said that Canelo's gonna get stopped? I know you're saying that Canelo may have said who his hardest puncher was. That's not the question. The question is, and she, you know what, and you got a good point. I can't remember it. The only time I heard it like even like a chance that he would get stopped was with Kovalev. We knew Kovalev had power, but we all knew that wasn't the crusher. That wasn't the same person that Andre Ward fought. Like it wasn't. It was a lot of pity patting going on, but whatever. But other than that, I don't remember a time where anyone claimed that Canelo was going to get stopped. And I will say this is a little different. And I get it. It's because the Bud has been the man, and he's shown. So I get why people think that if anyone can stop him, it might be Bud. He's coming up. It might be a stretch, but you're right. It hasn't happened outside of maybe the first Triple G fight and maybe a hint of Kovalev, but it's mostly the first Triple G fight. But go ahead. Y'all can go ahead.
Man, Rick chewing the hell out that gum.
Nah, that ain't me. Oh, that's what Rick. You said Rick.
Go ahead, Rich.
No, I just wanted to say, right, are we trying to get somewhere with if Canelo do get stopped, like is it gonna be like a problem? That's why I want to ask people, like, is it gonna be like
yes, it's going to be a problem for me because go ahead. I'm sorry, Rich. I'm sorry.
The thing about it is, right, I don't like, you never know what's going to happen until something happens. So basically, I feel like we all know this. Like Crawford knocked out everybody in 147. He only fought one time at 154. So when y'all keep talking about the Triple G hit hard and all that stuff, Crawford got a good knockout percentage too. He got a high knockout percentage. So what's the difference?
I don't think
that's what I want to know.
Stoppages and TKOs are two different.
Okay. Stop.
The difference is 21 pounds, brother. That's the difference, man.
But we're not presenting it as a problem. We're just saying when was the last time.
No, but you asked what the difference was. I'm telling you, it's 21 pounds. That's the difference.
Can I talk? Yeah.
You answer the question. How you gonna ask the question?
I'm still talking.
Okay, so you didn't have a question.
Yeah, like I done heard this girl talk for 30 minutes straight.
It's ladies' night.
Run your mouth, brother. You don't have to get no dialogue.
My bad. Y'all about to jump me on the panel. My bad.
It's ladies' night.
My bad. Y'all
we barely heard any women voices.
But what I'm saying is this: 21 pounds. Yeah, Crawford put on 21 pounds too, a muscle, and his knockout percentage might get even better. That's what I'm saying.
Not how that works.
Y'all don't look at it from that way.
You gotta understand.
Nobody answered.
Wait, what was his point? I'm sorry. What was it?
Don't answer.
Wait. Here's what you're not understanding though. It's not 21 pounds. 21 pounds is how much he had to gain to get to the weight class. Every guy Canelo's fighting is over 200 pounds. They're all heavyweights by the time they get in the ring. Every single one of them.
What do that guy
It's
do?
a whole different thing.
What do that
It's a different world. I'm answering it.
What do that guy to do with you? What that guy
But
do?
I'm trying to tell you
what that guy do?
It's a different world knocking out.
What do that have to do if you getting hit on your chin? Okay, hitting on your chin hard.
Exactly.
I don't give a fuck. Y'all almost simplifying panel. I don't give a fuck. I'm not underestimating no man, and I'm not putting a man above God. So anybody can get knocked out. Basically, what I'm fucking saying. That's what I'm saying.
It ain't.
Hey, I got a better one too. I got a question. I got a question for y'all. We're gonna be surprised.
Y'all are crazy.
You put the worst heavyweight. We'll say Gerald Miller. Put Gerald Miller in there with Terrence. Ain't no way in any earth planet. Anytime Terrence is gonna knock him out, he gonna get ran the fuck over. Wait,
man, this man handled Jerry Miller on video. Jerry Miller's like, man, this nigga Bud strong as fuck.
Man, stop it, man.
Hey, Tony.
He just man handled Jerry Miller. We seen it on video.
Which one of y'all picked Sarashi to knock out the motherfucker that motherfucking Canelo couldn't knock out?
You know, it only takes 8 pounds of pressure to knock somebody out.
I want to know who picked Sarashi.
Most knockouts don't
Who picked Sarashi to knock out Munguia?
Berlanga. I picked him to knock out Berlanga.
I need to see.
Fucking trash, dog. Jake Paul will knock out Berlanga.
Go to my channel. I picked Shiraz to beat the shit out of Berlanga because I've been saying it for years. Berlanga is fucking trash, and I'm from New York. That dude is garbage.
Okay,
I've been saying it for years.
I'm not talking about Berlanga. I'm talking about Munguia. Sarashi didn't fight fucking Berlanga. What are you talking about?
I thought you said
Munguia. Sarashi, the motherfucker who got.
Go ahead, Drew. Y'all, it's ladies' night, and the ladies start talking. Let them talk. They got priority on the panel. Go ahead, Drew.
I was gonna say, like, this whole argument about is it a problem and who can get knocked out and who can't knocked out, that wasn't even her question. I feel like people are finding, like, I think, and I love Bud fans. Well, being a Bud fan, I know that a lot of y'all is so defensive. She literally was saying, when's the last time that someone said that Canelo get knocked out? We weren't saying it's a problem. I don't know why we're just like, oh, is this a problem? We're not saying it's a problem. We're just saying, when was the last time that someone said Canelo get knocked out? So what we're saying is that this is a situation where people really, like more than any other time since Triple G, that people believe that Canelo can get knocked out. So they absolutely
most people don't know. It's only I'm saying that.
Could you?
Oh my God.
Canelo getting stopped. But that ain't what the narrative is.
That's not the argument. Oh, you know what?
I'm just saying that's what's going to happen.
No, so the problem.
Wow, y'all too sensitive.
Look, Rich. It's not. Listen. It's not. I'm not criticizing, but I'm not doing that at all. I'm just saying I've never seen so many people behind the fact that Canelo, somebody I've seen him wobble before. I've seen somebody catch him clean and everything, but I've never seen that man get knocked out or put down. Yeah. To my knowledge, I haven't seen that. So now we have somebody moving up. And remember, I said I was like, I got Bud. I think Bud could pull this off.
I said,
but it's moving up 3 weight classes, and I'm hearing round 6, 7. It won't go past 9. And I'm like, against who? Canelo? Are we really I'm just shocked.
You brought it to the hype. You wrapped up in the hype of Canelo. That's why I despise him, and I can't wait for Saturday when it comes to
Lord Jesus.
Can I say something? Can I say something really quick? I think
we're not representing hype of Canelo. We're just saying it's been a decade. That's a factual statement. It's been a decade since someone.
Who the Triple G knocked out that was worth a damn?
Y'all stop cutting them off.
This lady's like, y'all can't calm down.
I'm just trying to get you to open your eyes.
No, I don't need nothing open. You're okay. No matter what we say, you feel attacked. Like you're too emotional.
I'm just
stop.
making a
Take
point.
a deep breath. Take a deep breath.
I'm just trying to get you to see the truth.
Take a deep breath. You don't got to get me to do anything. We're not even going against you. I'm not saying it can't be done. You're so emotional that you're on attack mode and you're not listening.
I'm just hyped up.
You are. You don't got to get me to say anything. Could you stop talking this ladies' night? Could you stop talking for 5 seconds and listen to what we're actually saying?
All right, let's go.
The level of like, come on, we got to get some type of self-control. All we're saying is that And actually, this is to Bud's credit. And you're trying to find it. Like, I don't know if you want to be a perpetual victim. This is to Bud's credit.
You making up a narrative that doesn't exist. That's the problem. You making up nobody's. The narrative is Bud is too small. Canelo's going to watch him. This is a stupid fight. That's what the world is saying. That's what the entire media is saying.
You won't even let anyone
the whole
talk
world
on
is
ladies'
saying.
night. You won't even let the ladies get their point across on ladies' night. You're so emotional about Bud.
Go ahead.
I'm a Bud fan. You can't control yourself. You don't think that's a problem?
You attacking me, so I'm responding.
I'm not attacking you. I'm trying to explain something. You won't stop interrupting.
Go ahead, explain.
You know what? Let the man know what? It's ladies' night. Let him talk. He got it. It's ladies' night. You know what? You might be right. It's ladies' night. Let him talk. We
like I said, Tommy Hearns moved up from fucking 54 to 70 to light heavyweight and got the belt. Tommy Hearns went from welterweight and ended his career at heavyweight. Rand went from 135 to 168 champion. This shit ain't new.
Roy Jones went up to heavyweight.
This shit ain't out of order. We got to restore order to this. Get facts. Let's get factual information.
Here's the problem with what you're
talking about. These lies and narratives.
No.
Triple G never knocked.
No cap. Hold on. I don't trying to mute nobody, but we gotta let Juke get her bars off, y'all. It's ladies' night. Go ahead, Juke.
Oh my God, I've never been so emotional. Oh my God. Anyway, I guess from here on out, me and Kia are no longer the ladies. It's everyone else because they want to control themselves. Anyway, all I was saying was that we're not saying it can't be done. We were actually giving credit. I'm actually giving credit to Bud. I don't need to open my eyes. I'm not saying he's too small. I'm not saying any of that. That's just being like, if you're on defense all day, you don't even have the capacity to listen correctly to what someone's saying. We're saying that Bud is so good. To his credit, this is the first time in 10 years that people think Canelo can get knocked out. And instead of hearing that for what it is, it's, oh, no, you need to open your eyes because Bud's the truth and he's a God and Jesus. Like, calm down. Like, y'all are like,
nobody's saying that though.
I'm like, Bud, too. You get to open your eyes to the truth. Like, what the hell is wrong with you?
But this is the thing. Let me say this, right? Because this is the problem I have with it, right? I think that a lot of people are making it seem as though Canelo has more to overcome to beat Bud than Bud has to overcome to beat Canelo. And like I said, Bud's been fighting for once a year for the last 7 or 8 years. He's been way less active than Canelo. He's been on a long layoff. He's coming up weight classes. And then it's not like Bud don't have flaws. I asked y'all, what are some of Bud's flaws? Y'all really sat up here and act like Bud ain't had no flaws. He has flaws. He has things that Canelo's going to be able to capitalize off of too. And y'all not saying none of that. Y'all just making it seem like it's just going to be a wash in there. Like, it's really not. Like, Canelo is who he is for a reason. Like, y'all could say he cherry-picked and did all that all he want to. If Canelo is a fraud and he did all these things, then what is Bud? It ain't like Bud just was moving and fighting champion after champion, and he wasn't doing any of that. So I don't even understand why we even going there. But y'all will not recognize that any advantages that Canelo has over Bud. It's none except the size. Other than that, Crawford got everything else going for him. And that's not true. Canelo's a counterpuncher. Somebody got you think I got feedback. Canelo's a counterpuncher. Y'all talking about Bud keep his jab out there and do all that because he got the reach. What if he get caught? Because he get timed. And Canelo, y'all know Canelo come in with that jump hook. Y'all acting like Canelo don't got things that can overcome what Bud is doing. He does. The thing is going to be, will the size and power make a difference? And will Crawford, that's the first question. Will Crawford be able to overcome the power? Like, how is he going to respond to that? That's the first question before y'all talking about all this other stuff that Bud going to be executing. Bud ain't perfect. How many, and I asked this question, Bud going to outbox Canelo. Who have y'all seen Bud outbox? And I'm not saying that like he hasn't outboxed anybody. I just want some references because like Tony was saying, his physicality, he gets stoppages. He overwhelmed fighters with punches. Who have y'all seen Bud outbox? That's my
box EJ. Yeah, box EJ. And the Olympian, what's his name? The Olympian,
the gold medalist.
Yeah, he outboxed the Olympian. He outboxed each Olympian he fought.
This is gonna be this shit. I was saying, but Bud destroyed this dude.
He outboxed the Olympian guy. I forget the Olympian guy's name.
I want to address something real fast. So here's the problem with what's being said. No, what we've seen in the past in the history of boxing is not what's been done before. Duran did not directly go up. He went one weight class after another to go for belts. If you want to say jumping up 2 weight classes, you had Spence go from 175 to heavyweight to beat Larry Holmes, who wasn't the best heavyweight at the time. It was Mike Tyson, and Mike Tyson destroyed that dude in a round in less than 30 seconds. Number 2, we saw Roy Jones Jr. go up 2 weight classes to fight the weakest heavyweight champion in Ruiz, and then he left immediately. So the fact of the matter is, when you
Tommy Hearns went from 160 to light heavyweight and beat the man.
He did not. He fought at 160.
Yes, he did. How much you want to bet, nigga? How much you want? You don't know shit. You don't never know what you're talking about, but want to say something. You always wrong. Go ask the AI. Go ask the AI and come back and apologize.
I don't care what AI said.
You know what's great? Like people don't care about all this non-factual information, and they wondering why they're gonna be surprised on Saturday.
Hey Tony, Canelo's the weakest at 168.
Exactly, he the weakest at 168. Ashley Iglesias is the best super middleweight in the world. Ashley Iglesias is by far the most skilled super. He's the real guy.
No cap, I'm gonna let you go next. I'm gonna let you go next. No cap. Lay your play.
I like to get after him. We got to do it like a basketball game. I guess we got to call next. So I got.
I got Coach Eddie, and then I got you. No cap.
Right. So can I finish? Can I finish now?
Go ahead.
2 cents. Go ahead and share my screen so I can show how much of an idiot this dude is. Please share my
screen. Come on,
screen.
y'all. We're not about to do this.
No, because I'm coming with receipts. That man said, I don't know what I'm talking about. Let me show you something.
Hold on.
So
this
can you
ain't
share my screen, please?
Hold on. Let me hear what Coach Eddie got to say before we do all that.
Well, I was still talking when No Cap jumped
but
all
you
over
want to
me.
share screen and do all that, Tony. We just trying to talk.
I know.
This nigga Hearns went from 60 to fucking light heavyweight, bro.
So look here. What does this say?
1986 to 1987, bro.
What does this say right here? 168. Uh-oh.
Where? That's 1990. Go down to 1986. Go down. Scroll up. You passed it because you about to cook yourself again. You gonna learn to stop fucking with me, bro. You ain't in my league.
Yeah, stop.
What that say? What that say, bro? What that say? World WBC World Light Heavy, 1987. What 1986? Middleweight. 160. So he went up in 1987. He got the WBC light heavyweight champion straight from 160, 2 weight divisions.
In 1987,
stop playing with me, bro. Hit the bricks.
Yeah, stop playing with him. Stop playing with him.
Hit the bricks, bro.
Who was the number one?
You wrapped up. You done. Let this pass the mic to one of the ladies. You done.
Stop playing with him. Stop playing with him.
Hold on. I want to hear. Wait, what were you saying, Tony? What were you trying to point out? Because I'm curious. What was that?
It's no different than what I said with Roy Jones. In 1986, what you want to go with, hold on, let me go back to the share screen right here. Excuse me, in 1987, who was the number one light heavyweight at the time? Do you know?
Who cares?
Michael Spence. Michael Spence was the number one guy.
Michael Spence was the number one who also went up 2 weight classes to heavyweight. What I said was, what I stated, you don't listen because you're emotional.
Right, Crawford not fighting Benavidez, he fighting Canelo. The weakest link. The nigga who's holding all the best houses. He ain't fighting Ashley Iglesias. He not fighting Ashley Iglesias, the true super middleweight champion. He fighting Canelo, the fraud, the hype job, the people you're dick riding, and the person that's going to get destroyed on September 13th.
Hold on, wait, No Cap. Wait a minute. Go ahead, Tony.
Chill, bro.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Tony kind of cooking himself.
Can you put him in the back, please? Because he knows he's done.
Man, I couldn't you, dog. You lied. I caught you in a lie. You didn't announce it.
No.
To
okay, go ahead, Tony. What were you saying? So what was that? The original point?
What I stated was, we've never seen, and I pointed out 2 people prior to her. I said, we've never seen a guy go up, beat the number one. We watched Roy Jones beat the weakest heavyweight champion in Ruiz. We watched Michael Spence go up and beat the weakest guy in Larry Holmes at the time when Tyson was number one. Spence was number one in light heavyweight when Hearn won that title. He didn't beat the elite of the division. That was my point.
What made Spence number one?
Canelo's not the elite of the division, though. So you kind of cook it.
How is Canelo not the elite?
Let him talk.
Canelo is the elite of 168.
Bro, in 1986, motherfucking Michael Spence was at heavyweight, bro. Once again, you cooked yourself again, bro. You lying. You a liar. You don't know what you're talking about. Pass the mic to one of the ladies. In 1986, Larry Holmes fought. It was 1985. Motherfucking Spence was at heavyweight. He fought Larry Holmes. He rematched him in '86. So
Michael
Spence, get out of here. You ain't got your facts straight. So no, he was not the #1 light heavyweight in 1986.
Move on. We're not talking about Michael Spence.
Back this dude up. I done cooked this dude rotisserie gold. This dude.
Michael Spence
Stop playing with me. You ain't on my level, guy.
Michael Spence still had the fucking title, you idiot.
He didn't have. He wasn't. He was that heavyweight in 1986, bro. Hit the bricks, bro.
Yo, no caps is funny. No cap is so funny, man.
Coach Eddie, what you got? What you got, Coach
2 cents.
What you got, Coach Eddie?
Yeah, I just want to say one thing to everybody on the panel. I ain't trying to be the panel police or nothing, but everything is 10 people on the panel. We can't have 2 people for 90% of the conversation. Everybody has, should get an opportunity. Right. I mean, we just gotta keep that in mind, man. All this back and forth. I mean, like y'all grown men, y'all do what y'all want to do. But at the end of the day, bro, we can't have a smooth dialogue if we just keep arguing. Nobody can even decipher what anybody's saying, man. But
just let people talk. Everybody, you don't gotta be right. Just let people say what they got to say.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Go ahead. Yeah, Rich, hold on. Go ahead, Coach Eddie.
And I just said I ain't gonna be real long-winded. I'm gonna be quick. I just say, styles make fights. Bud picked Crawford or Canelo picked Bud for a reason. Bud picked Canelo for a reason. Both guys think they can beat each other. The one thing we know about Canelo, he won't get in the ring with you if he don't think he can beat you. And then Bud sees something in Canelo he likes to match up. Bud wouldn't go nowhere near David Benavidez. He won't go nowhere near somebody like Hamza Shiraz, because Hamza Shiraz would bury him. David Benavidez would bury him. But he likes to match up. The Canelo matchup, it worked for him. You know what I mean? And as far as like Demetrius Andrade is an excellent fighter. Ask anybody who knows him. All his peers say this guy can really, really fight. He's an excellent fighter. And trust me, Bud could do absolutely nothing with Andrade. Andrade would take him to school. He would get cooked. I'm telling you. I'm not telling you what I think. I'm telling you what I know. Trust me, Andrade already cooked this dude. It would be no contest. But Bud likes to match up at the end of the day. I'm gonna land my plane right there. I'd say, Bud, I'm happy for him. He's getting a good payday. I think he can definitely win the fight. And a knockout, I don't know. He may be able to. It'd be great. I don't mind seeing Canelo get knocked out. I've never seen it before. It would probably make my day if Canelo got knocked out. But you rarely see Canelo get hit with combinations. I do give him credit on that. He'll get hit with a shot. You're not gonna hit him with no 3-4 punch combination. I don't know if Bud possesses the 1-punch power to be able to knock Canelo out. Canelo really keeps a really tight guard. He keeps his hands up pretty good. He keeps his chin down. So it's gonna be hard to hit that guy with combinations to get him out of there.
Hey, so this is what I want to ask, right? I want shout outs to Juke, shout outs to K, 2 cents. Respect y'all. I won't argue with y'all. I won't fight with y'all. I like y'all. But hey, I want to ask everybody else on this panel, right? Do y'all really like believe like y'all can't knock out somebody or y'all don't got the power to knock out someone that's bigger than y'all? Cause it seems like y'all it seems like y'all lack confidence.
It's not just a matter of him being bigger. It's the fact that he hasn't even been knocked out by bigger guys.
I'm just saying like I respect y'all women, right? But I see a lot of men agreeing with like it seems like y'all lack confidence in some shit like that, man.
I don't agree. I agree with you, Rich. I think
I feel like man, the way No Cap talk, man. I feel like No Cap, man. He the biggest man in the world. I don't understand that. Like yeah. Nah, I'm dead serious. This is a real question because if y'all really think that Crawford don't have a chance or something, or y'all putting Canelo at a high standard because he just never been knocked down or no, it's the first time for everything. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. That's what we got to look at. We can't be like, oh my God, he's not going to do it. Like that's the first day we jump. Like, what if he do it? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then if he do it,
it's highly unlikely.
And if he do it, right, I suggest all boxers should holler at that one guy that y'all always talk about. What's his name? Yeah. I think Devin Haney should holler at him because he obviously with him. He. Oh, so why he not knocking people out?
You should bet on the knockout though, Rich. That's $8.50 to 1. So for $1,
I probably would do that. You know what I'm saying?
or 85.
Vegas about to take all y'all money, man.
Because you
Right.
never. No,
That's
I'm not
good
saying.
odds. I like those
2
odds.
cents. 2 cents. I'm not saying that he's going to do it. I'm just saying like we gotta be we gotta be open minded that he could possibly do it. Just like Canelo could possibly kill him in the first round. You know what I'm saying? You just gotta be open minded to that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like no one's open. I feel like as a man, for the other men that's on this panel, y'all are dead wrong for not even being open minded to another guy or even you knocking out somebody, because that's what he's basically telling me, that y'all don't got no.
What does that got to do with the boxing?
I'm gone. I'm gonna holler at y'all though, man. I'm about to go back. Yeah.
Wait, Rich. Wait, Rich. So now, okay, now you want some He-Man.
Bag of juice back, buddy.
Wait, Rich, don't leave yet. So you want some He-Man? Like
Rich, you are spot on. You're right. But I speak with conviction because I know what I'm saying is true. That's why I can be boisterous and stand on what I'm saying, because I know for 100% fact that on September 13th I'm gonna be laughing at everybody. I'm gonna be going to videos, watching people.
No cap, how you gonna cut off Juke? Go ahead.
I was just saying to Rich, I get you now. You're on some like He-Man, like you're on some like this is if you saying that Bud can't knock out Canelo, then that's an internal issue, like as a man. So I get you now. Okay, so I'll take myself out of that.
Wow.
But I'm just gonna say that I personally did not say that. I don't believe. I believe that anyone, like, I don't even believe in the term like feather fisted. Like, I believe that some people are knockout punchers. I believe that if you get hit with something you don't see coming, or it hit you in the right spot, it can hurt you. I don't care who the person is. That's just my opinion. So I do think that Bud has a chance. I'm not saying like it's impossible. Is it less likely? Yes, but that's all I'm saying. Without the point we were trying to make, I think me and Key were trying to make, at least I think, is that we're saying like that kind of speaks to how good Bud is, because no one has even thought about Canelo potentially being knocked out in like 10 years. So that's all we were saying. I wasn't saying like, oh, it's a problem if he does, he can't do it. I don't doubt Bud's abilities. I'm just saying that, like, the probability, right? And it can happen. I say bet on it. You know what I'm saying? But now I get what you're saying. You're saying that like the men in the chat, if they're saying it can't be done, then that's a self-esteem issue. So I get you now.
Yeah, but Drew, can I say one thing? Yeah. It's a guy that I don't know. I don't know. Somebody went on me for saying this though, but that's just how I felt. I seen Danny Garcia take a knee and quit a fight, his last fight, right? And I was kind of sad about that shit, right? But guess what? Danny Garcia never been knocked down before. Never, none of that type of stuff. So you know what I'm saying? Never really, never. I'm talking about never. I don't even think in amateurs or none of that stuff. He ain't never been knocked down, never TKO, never been nothing. You know what I'm saying? But his last fight that he just got in, he took a knee and quit. And I was like, damn, I used to like Danny Garcia like real hard. I used to be like, damn, I fuck with Danny Garcia. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I feel like that can happen to anyone, no matter what stage you in in your career. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I look at it. So when people sit there and say, oh, because Canelo fought this guy, Canelo did this, Canelo did that, you know what I'm saying? He ain't getting knocked down, so Bud don't have a chance to knock him down. I feel like anybody got a chance to get knocked down in a fight, in any type of fight that you've been in. I mean, be in. You know what I'm saying? And you should have that in your heart that if I'm getting in a fight with this nigga, I'm liable to knock him out. Even if you think you don't, but you know, anything can happen. That's how boxing is.
If I'm betting, Rich, I ain't thinking like that though. I'm trying to think like
you want to put a quick dollar on $850.
I agree with both of you. I think it's because you're coming from two different perspectives. If you're betting money, you're gonna bet on the most likely outcome.
No, I ain't betting. I ain't betting on that though.
But Rich, right? So you're not gonna bet on it. But
I ain't want to mess with you. I just wanted to insult some of these guys on here that.
I agree with you.
I'm sure I can punch.
That's all I wanted to do. I wanted to bid off.
I can punch harder than most people on this panel.
No, you're right.
Especially this guy that's talking.
Hey, 2 6.
That's all.
Can you do me a favor real fast, please?
I got you.
What you say, Coach?
Can you just share my screen and then I'm not gonna touch it past that. Just share my
Tony,
screen real fast.
we're not doing.
Oh
Tony,
my
we're not
God,
doing.
Tony, it's over.
I just
We
want to
might
make
have
sure.
some type of
I don't know why
is
you be
this something
protecting no
ladies'
cap.
night
I
and
don't
y'all
know
got some
why
type
you
of
hate
internal
and
conflict
protect
going
him.
on?
Well, no, this guy
I
is
was
insulting
gonna put
all of them. I
another
think
off.
probably me and Tony are probably the two hardest punchers on this panel.
I
don't know. I can hit pretty hard too,
Two
buddy.
cents. I just want to put a nail in this coffin, please. Could you please
I
just
can though.
real fast share the screen and then
What
it's
you
gonna
hit?
be dead.
What you hit? What you be punching, Mike? You won't even tell us how many fights.
She don't want to expose no cap.
Hold on. Tony, I'm gonna put this up, but this is not a debate, bro.
I know this is gonna be the last thing, and then it's gonna be dead. Because Coach Eddie even said it. So right here's what BoxRec Googlers don't understand. They don't know the history of boxing. In 1986, Michael Spinks was still considered the #1 light heavyweight. Because at the time he was a dual reigning champion. He had the title of light heavyweight, and he also had a title when he beat Larry Holmes. It was being discussed during that time that he didn't know if he was going to stay at heavyweight or if he was going to go back down to light heavyweight. So that's why he remained the #1 ranked guy during that year. But anyways, I digress. We're going to dead that real fast.
But he never had a fight at light heavyweight again, bro. So you once again you're hybrid.
You didn't understand
that. You make it false there. You just can't accept defeat. You can't accept defeat. But you know I do it to you all the time. I'm unbeatable because I stand on truth.
Let me ask Box Hacker, you 50 and 0 in the streets?
Yeah, how'd you know?
I believe Boxing Hacker. I met Bull cousin the other day. This motherfucker hopped up the Tesla looking like the motherfucking Brontosaurus. That's probably like Boxing Hacker, one of them Bull niggas. Y'all try to play with this nigga.
Hey, Rich, to answer your thing about all the men on the panel, it's hard for me to say being a smaller guy knocking out a bigger guy because there's not a lot of men bigger than me. So it'd be very rare for me to find somebody bigger than me. But I digress off of that.
Here's
the fact of the matter. Little dudes can knock out big dudes. That is possible. 1,000,000%. A smaller fighter can knock out a bigger fighter. Untrained small men can knock out untrained big men. That's not beyond the realms of possibility. The issue is Terrence Crawford, his power disappeared at 154. That's knock number one. Knock number two is
no, it didn't, bro.
Canelo has been in there with much bigger, harder punchers than Crawford, and he's never been dropped. And arguably, he's only been rocked once in his career, if you want to say he was rocked, because he got knocked against them ropes and then he recovered immediately. And he was really young when that happened. But outside of that, the dudes walk through people who are knockout artists. One-shot knockout artists walk through them. So the idea
who's a one-shot knockout artist he walked through?
What are you talking about?
Okay, can I respond?
Danny Jacobs is not a one-shot knockout artist.
Can you realize a one-shot
well, ask Peter Quillen about that.
Peter Quillen ain't got no chin, just like Danny Jacobs ain't got a chin.
Let me respond.
Triple G couldn't knock out glass jaw Danny Jacobs.
Let me respond at the Juke.
Go ahead, Juke.
I just have a question for the ladies, just because I know you guys gonna get the cooking and we're not gonna get another say. So to 2 Cent and Key. So right now I'm rewatching Canelo versus, because you're talking about, and it has to do with you guys were just saying about bigger punchers and all that. Right now I'm rewatching Canelo versus Berlanga. Do you guys consider Berlanga a power puncher? Because I was trying to rewatch him versus Berlanga and him versus Munguia, two people who I thought had power. Do you guys consider those two men power punchers? And like, how do you feel about how well Canelo adjusted to their power? And if do you think that Bud can generate the same amount of power?
None of the motherfuckers got power.
Well,
so this is the thing, right? Because
I look at their records. A lot of them, if you look at Berlanga and Munguia's record, not to cut you off 2 cents, but it's kind of padded. You feel me? Like it's not too notable of wins as far as, because I remember Berlanga went on that crazy first round knockout run
with Top Rank. Yeah, and they know how to make it look good. Right.
And you know Top Rank always gonna make their people look good.
Yeah.
And so I think that what was more impressive for me wasn't about their knockouts, because their resume is like, okay, but who are you fighting? It was more so when I seen Berlanga go into the ring, how big he was in front of Canelo.
Yeah.
Munguia the same way.
It's
They
so funny.
both hydrated.
I'm at the part where Belinga got dropped and got right back up.
Exactly. And that's the thing. Like, yeah, Canelo hasn't knocked out because I know that they've been saying that about Canelo. But the thing is, at least, shoot, didn't he drop Ryder?
But he's fighting
Yes, he
bigger
dropped him.
guys.
Yes.
Right, because like I'm just
So
at the
he's been on a knockdown, at least a knockdown streak. What for? Like what? 5 fights now?
He's either knocked down or knocked out every person recently he's fought outside of Skull.
Okay, so yeah, and then Skull. Okay, I'm more impressed at the fact of the people that he's fighting as far as their length, how he gets in on the inside, how he can do it. Now Skull had tricky feet. That man was gone.
Yeah.
And that's that Cuban, like his style of boxing, I think kind of gave Canelo a fit in that ring, especially like around 5 and 6. Kind of gave him a fit in that ring. But I'm more impressed with the at the height and the weight that he's fighting these guys after they rehydrate. Nope, y'all don't agree?
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
absolutely.
I'm watching the third round of Canelo versus Berlanga right now, and I'm just like trying to like rewatch as we're talking, and I just passed the point where Canelo dropped Berlanga down, but Berlanga, like, he wasn't really hurt, he bounced right back up, and I'm thinking about this because he was so much bigger, he could absorb Canelo's punch. So when it comes to Bud, I feel like, so I think there was a conversation about, was Bud too big? He swelled up too big. And I'm like, to a degree, he has to swell up to absorb the punch. Like, can he absorb the same punches that Berlanga and Munguia took? But at the same time, Bud's advantage is speed, right? And being more limber and athletic. And do you give that up in your pursuit of trying to absorb the punches? So I was just thinking about that. But I do think.
Do you know? I wouldn't be, not to cut you off, Queen. Remember in the fight with David Benavidez and Boo Boo, when Boo Boo slipped and fell? Period.
I it was some ice. It was the ice.
It was the ice in the ring. Period.
I got you.
He got too big. He got too.
But
he
remember,
hydrated too much.
But look, 2 Cents and Jupe and the Kings on the panel. Remember in the first and second round, or in the first, how quick Boo Boo was sticking and moving with Benavidez and hitting them with combinations. Why do I got a feeling that that's what Bud is going to have to be able to do too until he feel that power?
I agree, because Boo Boo looked great against Benavidez until he didn't. Like, he was doing great. He to me, skill wise, I think Boo Boo showed he was like a little more skilled than like Benavidez. Now Benavidez has grown, and he's grown on me for years. But the reality is that, and that's the thing with size, is like size does matter. It really does. And I don't care, like, you have to be like superior or have some type of advantage. Like, it does matter. And I think Bud is good enough to where he can probably rise to the occasion, because he does have the length advantage. He has a reach advantage. And he's limber, and I think he's more naturally athletic. But when it comes to Boo Boo, you're right. Like, he was doing great. It's just a matter of, like, it's only so much you can take. And I'm seeing Canelo got hit pretty clean with a Berlanga punch. And even though I know Berlanga hasn't had the best competition, Berlanga can punch. And so I'm like, so now I do know your chin is I consider it a non-renewable resource over time. I don't know how well it'll stand the test of time, but I'm just like, he's been taking some heavy punches from some heavy hitters. So I'm just wondering what Bud can do, or if it's been chipped away at enough that Bud can really, like, hurt him.
Well, I got a question. How much power does Canelo really have, though? If he could knock out Berlanga or Munguia, who both got knocked out by lesser opponent in Shiraz and motherfucking goddamn Sarashi.
And remember, Munguia
Sarashi got 4 knockouts.
Remember when Munguia knocked out Ryder? What didn't Munguia knock out Ryder, guys?
Yes.
Okay.
But
they got knocked out. There's a difference, though. They got knocked out.
Missing.
The
So
difference
here's
is
what
they
you're
got
missing.
knocked out after Canelo put some damage on them.
Right, Juke. But here's
What?
what
Hey,
you're
hold
What
on.
missing.
damage?
Hold on. There's
Can
a
I
big
talk
factor
after
The
missing.
Juke?
motherfuckers went 12.
I
Wait a
waited.
minute.
I
Let
said,
me
can
The
I
let
talk?
me
Lango
I
was
address
waited.
your point.
celebrating.
Wait, I'm going to address your point. You said
Hey, can I
Shiraz knocked
talk
out
after Juke?
Berlanga. That is true. Canelo did not. But here's what you're missing. Whenever it comes to Berlanga versus Canelo, Berlanga went to back-footed fighting against Canelo in that fight after he got dropped. He wasn't coming forward. Furthermore, Canelo was a lot shorter, so he's got to close the distance to exploit that power. With Shiraz was about 4 inches taller than Berlanga, and Berlanga never kept coming forward against Shiraz. So there's intangibles that are way different whenever you look at it. When Canelo had Berlanga hurt, Berlanga was tall enough, long enough that he could go into flight mode to survive. Whereas Shiraz, he couldn't get away from because Shiraz was way longer, way better reach. So again, it's completely different stylistically because of the dimensions of the fighter.
Hey, can I say something?
And Shiraz is a much better finisher because as soon as he got Berlanga in trouble, he got him out of there. He didn't waste no time.
Yeah, but
Bang,
I will
bang,
say
bang.
this: just looking at
That
that
motherfucker still
knockout,
got 4 KOs.
Canelo didn't really have Berlanga hurt. But the point I'm trying to bring home is that I think the reason Berlanga, because again, it was early in the fight, it was like the third round, right? The difference is that Canelo, I think Berlanga started at 160. Yeah, Berlanga started at 168. Canelo started at like 154, didn't he? Oh, am I tripping?
Hey, this is what I want to say to Juke real quick.
He's a little guy, like Bud.
Canelo started
Juke,
boxing at 140.
Juke.
It's 16 years
Juke.
old.
Yes.
Can I say this real quick, right?
Sure.
I'm gonna respond to Tony and you because Tony said something to me, right? So you said that when Canelo knocked out Berlanga, not knocked him out, but like hit him with the flash shot, whatever, and he dropped. What round was that in?
The third.
All right, when he did the same thing to Hank McGee, what round was that in?
I don't remember. I'll go back
That was in the early rounds. And then a lot of his shit later on in the rounds, he started like deterring, like his power and all that stuff, they go away. He don't finish them, he don't drop them again, and he don't do none of that shit. So what I'm basically saying is, I feel like if Crawford get past the first rounds that we talk about, when them weaklings, them niggas ain't shit type fighters, past them 4 or 5 rounds and stuff like that, 3 or 4 or 5 rounds, I think he should be good. Not saying that he's going to dominate Canelo. I'm not saying that. As far as Tony, I don't know what Tony keep saying, a nigga power, not nothing. Last time I checked, when the nigga power ain't nothing, you gonna walk right straight through him. That guy on Majmar at 154 did not walk past no Bud Crawford. All he was doing was a bunch of twitchy ass shit and stuff like that, and a bunch of feints,
getting out the way,
and bullshit like that, and was scared to let his hands go because of the power. You get what I'm saying? So
he almost hit him the same amount of time. He hit that nigga the same amount of time. What are you talking about?
Can I talk?
You always say, "Can I talk?" when he be saying some bullshit.
Even if he almost hit him the same amount of times, he did not let his hands go to a person that ain't got no power.
Okay,
that's
so
what I'm saying. Wait. That's all I'm saying. If you don't got no power, what you doing to a nigga if he ain't got no power?
Okay, listen to me.
Coach Eddie,
what
you
doing?
I've been listening to y'all niggas talk bullshit.
Man, Bud beat the shit out of Badger. Badger like he was in a car accident after that fight, man. People live in a fantasy world. Like I said, September 13th, y'all gonna be
why don't y'all just listen to Majimov himself? You said Bud is hit harder than motherfucking Ortiz.
Coach Eddie, what are you doing to a nigga that don't got no power?
Came up with excuses why he lost to Ortiz.
I'm gonna walk him down and get him out of there.
Don't matter.
Coach Eddie, what are you doing to a nigga that ain't got no power?
I'm gonna walk him down and get him out of there.
All right, hold on. And they fighting at elite levels. They fighting
y'all
at
gotta
elite
stop talking over each other.
Listen, and they fighting at an elite level right now. They ain't fighting in no amateurs, no little kid stuff, none of that type of stuff. So if he had weak power, I'm pretty sure he would have.
Majimov was fresh out the amateurs.
Majimov did over 300 amateur fights and been sparring with B-Ball and full when he beat the shit out of Canelo, like 10 rounds, 9 rounds, man. Majimov hit. What I'm basically saying to you, if you had no power, you would walk right straight through someone, man. Come on, man. We gotta stop this lying shit on people, man. We gotta stop it.
Can I respond
Can I
to?
ask a? Oh, go ahead, Queen.
I just want to respond to what you said. I don't know if you heard in the beginning when I was on here and I was kind of giving my breakdown of what I think Bud needs to do to win. So what you said, Rich, kind of like goes with what I said. I think that Bud should move around a little bit more in the beginning, like move a little, just to kind of like, because we know that Bud, Canelo's feet aren't the best, and just tire him out just a little bit and get him a little bit anxious so he can like kind of throw out of position so that Bud can counter him, right? And then start going to the body a little bit more, mix it up a little bit more, right? Because like you said, you think if Bud gets past a certain point, he's good. I think he should wear him out. That's why I said I don't think he should I don't think he should go straight at him or stay in the middle in the beginning rounds. I think he should kind of move around, box me outside, kind of do what Skull did in the first 3-4 rounds and get Canelo so anxious that he starts throwing, haymakers and stuff, so you can counter him that he, those punches will matter a little bit more, and then continue his game plan. So I agree. Now I'm not saying I think power wise, I think Bud does have power. I think what people are just trying to compare it with is that Canelo has been in there with some really hard punchers who are naturally heavier. Because I'm just looking at this fight with Berlanga, and Berlanga looks a good 210 and minimum.
Yeah.
Like he looking kind of juicy in there. That's all I'm saying. So that's all I think we're trying to say.
But
Yeah,
but
one thing
what I'm
about
saying,
the-
wait, hold on. Hey, she talking to me. Hold on, Boxer, just real quick. What I'm saying to you, man, sometimes it's all about power, but it's also where you land your punch at and how you land it. You know what I'm saying? Coach Eddie, man, he know, man.
Absolutely.
It's not about like Berlanga and them niggas. They have power. But guess what? Canelo seen all them punches. Canelo seen all that stuff, so Canelo was prepared for it. It's the same thing with I don't want to bring this up, but I'm gonna have to. It's the same thing with Lamont Roach and Tank, right? Lamont Roach seen all those punches. Hell yeah, Tank was probably hitting him hard as hell, but Lamont Roach was prepared for that stuff. He didn't catch him with stuff that he didn't see, and I feel like that's the reason why Lamont Roach ain't go down at all. You know what I'm saying? A lot of that stuff he caught him with, it was stuff that he seen it coming, and that's what Terrence Crawford got. You know what I'm saying? Abilities to do is hit you with stuff that you don't see or that you not. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know what I'm talking about.
I do believe that his short uppercuts could pose as a challenge for Canelo, and I will. But I do want to ask the question though, since Bud is all invincible. I have a question. But I'm just saying. I just want to say, what's going to be? What are y'all gonna say if Canelo absolutely destroys Bud? What we gonna come back on 2 cents panel and talk
That's
about?
what I'm trying to say.
I mean,
that's
it'll
what I'm
just
trying
be
to
like
say.
Canelo's
If he dies, he dies. That's what I'm gonna say.
Listen,
He's supposed to.
Canelo,
I was
listen,
saying
like I
supposed to,
said,
That's what I'm gonna say.
I'm
because they're both great.
I'm gonna continue. Hold on, boss. I'm
Come
gonna
on, Rich. I
continue
gotta let
saying
Sam
this
Ironheart
right
get
now,
his 2
man.
cents off. He just
It's
got
a
on the
bunch of stuff that Terrence Crawford supposed to do to win the fight. I feel like Canelo got to go in there and really fight like I usually fight. He really don't gotta make too many adjustments. Crawford, the one that gotta make adjustments. That's who everybody talking about for real. Who we talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like what he got to do to win. We not saying what Canelo got to do to win. So you right. You 100% right.
Sam Ironheart, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the
power.
show?
What the hell are people talking about?
All right. So, if we're going to base it off something a little bit more realistic, like let's say maybe their last performances. Now, we know Canelo didn't close off the ring or really get to let nothing off, but he definitely didn't get beat the fuck up. But Crawford definitely had a more competitive outing with somebody that only had 25% of his experience. So in that fight, Crawford threw nearly 500 punches. I think it was like 400. I think CompuBox said like 490 or said something crazy. Like he threw like 500 punches, but he only landed like 94, which means he's going to need at least 1,000 punches to land almost 200 punches to hit Canelo.
Whoa, did you say he only landed 94?
This motherfucker just pull that shit out of his ass. He just comes over here and says anything.
Okay, well, look it up and make me a liar because that's something that nobody could do.
He's good. Mazmov.
So once again, Mazmov landed 84 punches and only threw about 250 punches. Mazmov had much more success finding Bud dumbass at the end of every single punch. So I don't know where this IQ talk comes from, but on a realistic sense, Bud threw 500 punches and didn't land 100 punches in the motherfucking fight. So he's going to need at least 1,000 punches to hit a much slicker, a much more seasoned, highly defensive Canelo. Even if Canelo didn't throw punches, Canelo ain't going to sit there and get hit by this nigga. So my question would be which one of those less than 200 punches would be the one to actually drop or knock out Canelo? And how would this not warrant investigation of some sort if he was to even do something like that? Because this doesn't even support anything historically. Nobody has been knocked out at that weight margin when you're talking about welterweights on up and jumping up 2 weight divisions to fight the bigger fighter. I brought up on a previous episode, James Toney, much more skilled than Crawford, for Aaron Barkley, beat the living shit out of him, did not stagger him, did not drop him, but he dog walked him from pillar to post from the first round to the 9th round when they stopped the fight. If Crawford doesn't do that, like Crawford hasn't hit Canelo a tremendous amount of times. We have to see a version of Crawford that we've never seen before, is my main point. And if anybody thinks that Canelo
can't do it out the city no more.
What's that?
Hey, somebody
You
got
saw a different version of you never seen before with Spence.
Yeah, true indeed. A very manufactured version of Crawford was presented that night. And I'm just saying, and realistically, for anybody that believes that Crawford will knock out Canelo, like there's nothing that historically supports that in boxing. And niggas just sound dumb as a motherfucker saying that shit. Like there's nothing there's not a previous fight that y'all can reference where a smaller fighter. There's not a previous fight that y'all can reference where a smaller fighter, especially in those weight divisions, has moved up to knock out any damn body. At the least, y'all, you know what I'm saying? I would expect y'all to say, at the least, I would expect people to stick with the split decision route. But for anybody that's saying that's saying knockout, knockdown, even knockdown is treacherous. It's criminal. It's criminal for y'all to say this.
Pacquiao moved up to stop a lot of fighters. What are you talking about?
Say what? Pacquiao, you guys. So you got one exception. You got one exception with Pacquiao, right? Somebody who.
Somebody who's accused of being on steroids.
Right.
Well, not really, because when Pacquiao, hold on, Hacker. When Pacquiao went to welterweight, all his knockouts stopped.
On top of that,
he's only got like
to
one.
Strengthen my point. To strengthen my point.
He's only out cold. Hold on. Pacquiao only has like 1 or 2 knockouts at welterweight his entire welterweight career.
Nah, you sound crazy. He stopped Cotto. He stopped fucking De La Hoya. He stopped fucking Margachito. What are you talking about, Tony?
Look it up.
Those were catchweights. Those were
Pacquiao was never a knockout artist. He just had power, bro. Even at the lower weights, he didn't knock people out like that.
He moved up though. He moved up to not stop people. So like, I don't know what this whole conversation is.
Nobody stopped people though.
That sounds crazy.
Knockout. They talk about one punch knockout, like he Wilder or some shit. We talking about Canelo gas and accumulation. Like he beat down Spence. He didn't knock out Spence. The referee stopped it.
But that's the thing. Canelo don't get hit with combinations, and he's really good with rolling punches. He's good at rubbernecking. He
never faced a sniper like Floyd.
When the last time you seen Canelo get hit with
a sniper? Punches? Did you hear what I just said? How many punches he missed?
Against William Skull. I just seen him against Skull. He was scared to punch Skull. The Skull was counting sniping him.
Yeah. So
he was scared to punch him. Skull hadn't been checked. He won the fight and then dropped him.
You keep comparing Madrimov to
Bud tried to snipe Madrimov 500 times.
He almost stopped that. Look at Madrimov's face after the fight, man. He looked like he was in a car accident, man. He was in the fantasy world.
I want y'all to do this.
Hold on. Listen. We about to close out the show. I want to thank everybody for joining me tonight. Very interesting conversation. a lot of it's some varying perspectives about Bud Crawford and the Bud fight and how people think he gonna perform and what is and isn't possible. The truth is it's boxing and anything can happen, and we all know that. But I'm gonna go around the panel, let everybody get their final 2 cents off, and then we're gonna close out the show. Thank everybody for joining me. Thanks to everybody that pushed up, liking. Somebody need to mute. I think that's Rich. Rich, you need to mute.
Nah. I'm good. I'm always gonna get my 2 cents.
Oh, hold on. Let me finish my little thing. I'm gonna go around. Yeah, niggas gonna get off the mic and just start giving your own 2 cents. But anyway, so made me lose my train of thought. But we're a week away from the fight. I know everybody's excited. I can't wait to see what happens. Is Bud gonna shock the world, or is Bud fans gonna be crying Sunday? But we're gonna go around the panel. We're gonna start with 2 Cent. Ironheart, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Man, look, it's a bullshit fight. You know, like plain and simple. I already said what I said. The people be making up all these superpowers for Bud, talking about his IQ, genius, and all of this shit. He's a sniper all of a sudden, but he tried to snipe somebody that only had 10 fights 500 times and couldn't hit him 100 times out of that 500. So all that IQ accuracy shit is imaginary. The idea is his power, all imaginary. You know, he ain't never hit no big punches or knock out any top contenders. Never defended his belt against anybody that was dangerous or threatening. For us to be saying that he could do anything damaging to Canelo Alvarez, and Canelo is a hype job too. Yeah, he's been taking safe fights. He hasn't done anything to nobody dangerous neither, but he's definitely fought people that Bud can't motherfucking beat. So I'ma just leave it at that. Crawford soft as fuck. And hey, I appreciate you having me too, Saint.
All right, Saint Ironheart, thank you for your 2 cents. Rich, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show? Rich, you there? You on mute? Rich, you there? All right, Tony Reviews, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Yeah. Once again, when I say something, I could come with receipts all day. I just add it up. And I'm not counting the Barrios fight, because if I did that, it'd be 19 fights. Manny Pacquiao had 18 fights, not counting Barrios, at 147. And out of them 18 fights, he only got 2 knockouts. Like I said, his knockouts evaporated at 147. Go count it up. Go look at BoxRec. That's just the fact of the matter. Small man went up, I believe, 41 pounds from where he started. Bud's going up 31 pounds from where he started. He ain't never been in there with nobody like Canelo. People could say whatever they want. I don't believe Canelo's manufactured at all. He has a plethora of names, best resume in all of boxing. And you're going to, I'm telling you, it is going to be hilarious come the 14th, because y'all are going to be soaked with so many tears over Crawford. Y'all going to be moist like a female. I'm telling y'all, he is going to get embarrassed. He's going to get beat down, and you're going to see the difference. It's going to be blatantly obvious. I don't even think Crawford can make it 12 rounds, even if he runs for his life. I don't see it. Crawford's best asset is counterpunching, and he's going in there against arguably one of the best counterpunchers. So I don't even see how Crawford wins. He's got one option: use the jab, run for your fucking life, and pray to God that Canelo's feet are as bad as y'all say it is. Because if they're not, and if he can cut off that ring, and if he can trap him, it's only a matter of time before Canelo breaks him down to where Crawford is going to submit. He's going to bow to the king. He's going to take a knee and not want to get up. He's going to look like Triple D. And that's all it's going to be. And people, after it's all said and done, their whole mindset's going to change. They're going to be like, well, you know, he was just daring to be great. He was just a little man trying to beat the big man and just wanted to be great. No, the fact of the matter is, it's history repeating itself. I've said it multiple times and I'll say it again. We've seen this before. We saw Mikey Garcia run from Lomachenko, jump up 2 weight classes to lose the Earl Spence. We watched Kell Brook jump up 2 weight classes to lose the Triple G to run from Earl Spence. So again, we've seen this time and time again. Guys running from their peers because they can't compete at the division against the other elites. Terrence Crawford is running from 154 because he's not beating Baccarat, and I highly doubt he could beat Fundora. Both them dudes spark him. He knows it because of how bad he did against Israel Masvidal, and he's terrified to lose a guy in his own weight class. So what he's going to do is he's going to cash out like so many fighters have done in the past against Canelo, sell that O, take that L, retire with a severance check, and hey, I'm happy he's going to get paid. But do believe he's going to get his ass whooped while he's getting paid. On that, that's my 2 cents.
All right, Tony reviews.
I'm about to go.
What you got, Rich?
Hey man, I'm not gonna lie to you, right? That guy right there and other guys, like they make me.
Stop assaulting people on my panel, bro. What you
I'm not assaulting nobody. I'm saying they make me look at boxing a lot different, man. Like they don't respect the fight at all. Like I hope they don't tell no kids about who Terrence Crawford is, man, because they'll think that nigga ain't never did shit. But I think nah, for real, man, that's crazy. But yeah, I think man, Terrence Crawford got a chance. I still think it's 50-50. I hope he don't get knocked out. You know what I'm saying? As far as making up excuses and all that stuff, I haven't met one person who made up an excuse about Terrence Crawford losing because he never lost a fight. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know how people keep getting that mindset of that's what people gonna do for Terrence Crawford if he lose. But yeah, I think the fight, like I keep saying, 50-50. I think Canelo mainly got to observe his stamina. That's what he really gotta do, because later on in the rounds, Crawford probably still be alive and still moving around. You know what I'm saying? I feel like Crawford should come inside the fight though, and I feel like he should observe one of Canelo punches, see how hard that nigga really hit, man, because you know it's gonna be a different ball game. But other than that, man, I got Crawford winning, cause he my color. That's why. And that's it. Shout out to everybody on here, man. Shout outs to Juke. Shout outs to 2 Cents. Y'all keep doing y'all thing, man. For real. Y'all be sounding harder than these niggas. I'm gone.
Coach Eddie, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Hey, salute to the panel. Salute to the ladies. Good show tonight. You know, I'm going with Crawford. You know, I want the brother to win, man, because you know, like I say, he a brother, and we need the brothers to win at the end of the day. I don't want brother to lose because, you know, boxing is tribal sometimes. You know, the Mexicans, they gonna stay on code. They pull them out for their guys. So it would be nice if everybody was pulling for Crawford. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, you know, he do, in my opinion, you know, he represent one of us. So he should go out there and do his thing. He definitely got a path to victory. I think the stamina is going to be the key. If he come in, he's in good shape, you know, and able to maneuver, you know, use the ring, stay behind the jab, let his hands go, and mind his defense. He should be good. He should be good. Like I say, Canelo's a good fighter. Can't take nothing from him. But you know, I just feel like I ain't never seen Bud lose before, so it's hard to kind of go against somebody you never seen lose, even though he is going up against, you know, a great fighter like Canelo. But we definitely seen Canelo lose twice, and arguably seen him lose twice. So the guy kind of got arguably 4 losses on his record. So the blueprint is out. You know how to beat him. He just Crawford just got to go out there and he has to execute the game plan, and that's it. You know. I kind of disagree with one of the ladies. I don't know who said it. I think that Crawford should go out and try to get an early lead and maintain the lead. I don't think he needs to try to come from behind, because the judges they'll get set in a pattern. And if they see that Canelo's getting them taking the first 3-4 rounds, they'll continue to give him the rest of the rounds unless Bud does something absolutely great to get one of those rounds. So I think Bud needs to make Canelo play catch up. I think Bud needs to jump out to an early lead and try to maintain that lead and make Canelo come from behind. and try to get the victory. That's when the possibly he may be able to, hit Canelo with something that could possibly hurt him. I don't see a knockout in this fight, but anything could happen. But yeah, that's my 2 cents.
All right, Coach Eddie. NHA, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Salute to the ladies. Salute to the rest of the panel. I will say a lot of the motherfucking the fanboys and the haters, y'all doing a lot of projecting with all this. Oh, the Bud fans are gonna be crying when Canelo, if Bud or when Bud loses. I say it's projecting because
Y'all crying now?
no, not at all. I mean, y'all, it's projecting because a lot of y'all have already felt that. Because a lot of Bud haters and fanboys of other fighters, they've already seen their favorite fighters lose. Canelo lost, Spence lost, and Tank had a shitty ass performance. It is what it is. So y'all projecting. Not only that, y'all want us to feel that's how y'all felt. I got news for y'all. I believe personally most Bud fans are just fans of boxing. Period. At least the ones I come across. We just want to see the best fight the best. We don't. There's no fanboying, and we do push back when we see, you know what I'm saying, the extra amount of hate that certain fighters that should get.
Oh my God.
But at the end of the day, if Bud goes in there and gets ass whooped, it'll be another fucking day for me. There's gonna be no crying, there'll be no that. Only thing that's gonna upset me is somehow Bud end up fucking up my fucking parlay. That's about it. Other than that, I'm good to go. I'm rooting for Bud. I think he has a chance to do it, and I think he's gonna pull it off. But this is boxing and shit. You know what I'm saying? And anything can happen and shit. And Canelo's a live dog. But that's all I got, man.
All right,
8 days away.
All right. No cap. What's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Yeah, I've been around martial arts a long time, like some of the best in the world since I was a kid. You know what I'm saying? My sensei still alive. He's 70 years old. Willie Adams, the most decorated American in karate ever.
What style karate?
He beat Chuck Inshiru. He beat Chuck Norris twice. Chuck Norris beat him once. They best friends. He was in all the black belt magazines back in the day.
I remember
his black belt comes straight from Master Nagel, who got his black belt from the founder of Inshiru in Okinawa, who taught the U.S. Marines Inshiru in Okinawa. You know what I'm saying?
Are you a black belt? No,
size don't mean shit, dog. Power is not generated from just your motherfucking body mass. You know, first your hand conditioning plays a lot into that. When I look at Bud, he got strong hands, like he got big hands, powerful hands. This is where it's like getting hit with a hammer almost. Like he got powerful weapons for hands. That's why his punches have such an effect. Second of all, you can use the momentum of your opponent to generate power. It doesn't have to come from your own fucking physical strength. You know what I'm saying? It's basic physics. So this is how Bud has devastating effects with his punches because he's got excellent timing and using his opponent's momentum against them. Madrimov, Bud figured him out towards the end of the fight and started teeing off on him. And he was if they had a rematch, he'd definitely stop Madrimov because he already figured him out. He almost stopped him in that fight. And Madrimov knew Bud had power. That's why he was tentative to engage with this nigga. You know what I'm saying? But people want to live in the fantasy world. And with this Canelo shit, I'm not mad at Canelo I can't knock the hustle. But his whole career has been fraud, and it's just a fact. This is why I'm so adamant. This is why I'm so motherfucking pissed off, because people just acting like this shit ain't been going on. Just giving this shit a pass. And then Bud is a dude that had to get everything out the mud. This dude almost ain't even have a career. He was nobody he was taking these nameless fights, lost in the sauce. If it wasn't for Tim Bradley hooking him up, we never would have heard of Bud. You know what I'm saying? And that's a goddamn shit. And you got to think how many other fighters out here is like this. That motherfucking can't even be seen or don't even have out because they're not with a name promoter or they stuck in the dumbass contract with a bullshit ass promoter who's trying to rip them off. You know what I'm saying? You gotta think how many guys out here is like this. So that's why I will root for Bud, but I'm not rooting for anybody. I'm past that stage in boxing. Like I've been watching boxing since I was a kid. I ain't never cried when a boxer lost, except when Mike Tyson lost to Buster Douglas because I was like fucking 6 years old or some shit. Mike Tyson was my hero. Other than that, I don't give a fuck who lose or motherfucking not. But I mean, I am going to enjoy watching the Canelo fans cry because they deserve it. Because they know Canelo's a fraud. They just perpetuating the lie. So I'm looking forward to relishing in their tears when Bud beat the hell out of this dude. Because Bud got a point to prove. One thing I noticed about Bud is he's a true competitor. He like Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan. This type of motherfucker. Like he held back. Make an example out of Canelo, and that's what he's gonna do. And when it happens, all I want to say is I want people to come here and say I was right. That's it, because I think it's obvious. And he gonna put hands and feet on Canelo. You know what I'm saying? They gonna be like, well, they acting like Canelo is a big dude. Talk about the size. The size is not that much difference between them. Like Canelo not some giant ass motherfucking monster. You know what I'm saying? Far from it. Far from it. Bud is stronger than Canelo. I seen this dude deadlift 400 pounds when he was at 140. He's stronger than Canelo. Naturally. And you're going to see it in the fight. And that's all I got to say. People want to doubt, but they ain't going to put up that money. They ain't going to motherfucking bet that money against the nigga. You know what I'm saying? I'm taking all bets on this fight because I know Bud going to watch it. He's going to watch him like dirty draws. And when Canelo's out of the game, and they look back on his career, everything I'm saying is going to be the narrative of how his career went. He ducked Triple G, waited till he's 36. He ducked Jamal Charlo, gave him the WBC belt. They made him the franchise to save face because he already did the shit to Triple G. That's what started this franchise bullshit. Then he waited till Jamal Charlo had 2 years, been out for 2 years, going on motherfucking mental health binge, and tried to get this nigga out. So it's like his whole career is just cherry picks and frauds. It's coming to an end September 13th. You heard it here first. Bud Crawford, knife round stoppage. Help is on the way. God damn it.
Thank you, No Cap, for your final 2 cents. Shout out to No Cap. Thank you for coming up and joining me on the panel. I mean, it was a lot of going on. Boxing Hacker, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
What's up, 2 cents? Salute to you in the panel and the chat. Good chop up tonight. A lot of people are comparing Madrimov to the Canelo fight. One thing we have to realize, stylistically, Madrimov posed a much more complexity for Crawford than I think stylistically Canelo will. Just if we're just looking at styles by himself, like Canelo's style is more straightforward than Madrimov's style. Madrimov was very hard to measure for Bud. So this whole thing of he couldn't knock out Madrimov. Madrimov was posing a different problem. And it's not always like, and to what No Cap and Rich was saying, anybody can get knocked out. It only takes 8 pounds of pressure to knock somebody out. There's a lot of fantasy that revolves around punching. People aren't born with power. People are born babies. People train to have power, and anybody, if you get caught, you get caught. Anybody can get caught.
Some people are born with power, Boxer. What are you talking about?
Everybody's born a baby. So no, they can't be born with power.
So you think somebody taught Deontay Wilder his power?
Yeah. The way he ended up training made him have power. Yes.
Land your plane, Boxer.
Yeah. Everybody's born a baby. Have you ever seen a baby with power?
Land your plane, Boxer. You heard somebody say that. Just repeat.
So when it comes to the whole fight, I do favor Crawford. I think Crawford's main problem might be the weight difference. It might be a weight difference, but like at the end of the day, like skills still pay the bills. When it comes to who Canelo's had problems with, has been boxers. And regardless, I don't know. People kept saying they've never seen Bud box before. He's only a pressure fighter or some crap like that. Bud is like a master boxer. I don't know. Like he's one of the best American master boxers in the pro division right now. I would say, Bilal's a great boxer too, but he's more of a Soviet boxer, But Bud is also a great master boxer. And I think as long as Bud can show up and fight to his game plan, I think he wins that fight. And I think he might have a chance of stopping him. And I think it's a good if anybody's a betting person, they should probably bet on that.
Okay.
Now, what will happen if Canelo beats him? There's all this talk about, well, Canelo beats him, will y'all cry? Both men are great. At the end of the day, both men are training their asses off to show a great performance. If Canelo ends up, Bud ends up, taking the L, it's boxing. It does happen. He just lost to the better man. But as far as I can see, I think Bud got it. I think Bud's gonna really surprise a lot of people. And 2 Cent, to your degree, you kept talking about how people were talking about Tank versus Jake Paul. We had a whole cook tonight. We mentioned Tank versus Jake Paul, but you see how everybody got riled up for Canelo and Crawford. And I think that's been the sentiment for everywhere I've been to. People are really talking about this fight. Whenever somebody mentions Tank and Jake Paul, it's all about, well, at least Tank's making money, He's gonna save boxing by making money. That's all people say. They never talk about how great the fight's going to be, But when it comes to Canelo Crawford, there's always back and forth. A lot of people saying that Crawford's out of his mind. A lot of people saying that Canelo doesn't have the skill to beat Crawford. The controversy is there. And I think next week's show is going to be great. But with that, I'm out. Salute to you, 2 Cent, Jupe, and everybody on the panel and in the chat. Everybody have a good night.
Thank you, Boxing Happen.
Yeah.
Jupe, what's your final 2 cent? Close us out. What you got for the show? Bud Canelo fight. Big hot topic, as you can see, as usual. Listen, if you got anything less than Bud winning, then that is blasphemous. But what's your 2 cents? What you got?
Hi, hey y'all. Okay, so great show tonight, 2 Cent. I just want a few remarks because I just want to clarify because I think someone said to maybe I guess when I gave my breakdown of how or what I imagine how Bud can win or a good game plan, they took it as me saying that Bud should give up the first few rounds and let Canelo get a jump start. Because I was saying I think Bud should move in the first couple of rounds, because and make Canelo frustrated. Just because you move around doesn't mean you're giving up those rounds. I think he's at least from my memory, he's a quicker fighter. He can be very accurate when he wants to, and kind of like pop shot from outside. But whatever you do, just basically make sure that Canelo is always moving, right? Because Canelo gets a little frustrated when he has to move a lot. That's all I was saying. So I wasn't saying let Bud give up rounds to Canelo. No, you still want to try to win those rounds, like same way that Floyd did. Punch, hit, not get hit, right? Swim without getting wet. Just the first couple rounds. You can't do that the whole fight with Canelo, obviously, because he is a star. You cannot do that the whole fight. But that's all I was saying. And when it comes to the weight thing I was bringing up earlier, I don't really think it's about saying that Bud can't knock Canelo out because anyone can knock anyone out. I think what we're more speaking to is the absorption of punches, right? Because of the size difference, can Bud absorb those punches? That's why I was bringing up Berlanga. Berlanga took those shots. He got hurt, but he absorbed it because he was so big. Same thing with Munguia and other fighters because Canelo has on average been fighting much larger men. So it's not really about Bud hurting him. It's about can Bud sustain the same punches that larger men have had a problem with sustaining. And I think that's what they're missing, right? I don't doubt that Bud can't hurt anybody. Bud he looks super ripped. That's a whole other conversation. But it's a matter of it's about who can absorb whose punches at the end of the day. That's all I was saying. But either way, I think it's this is a fight that again no one asked for, but it's a good fight, and I think because Canelo's a telling of his career and Bud maybe too. It kind of evens out the playing field a little bit, but it's still a fight that Canelo should win because he's been cherry picking. I still consider this a cherry pick. I'm rooting for Bud to win. I want Bud to win. And then, but also when it comes to, like he's saying, like I think Boxing Hacker's on his way out, like, oh, you see, we're talking about this fight, yeah, because they're about to fight next week. But all week, the boxing conversation has been Tank, and like I told you, I was in Mexico. I had arrived in Mexico the day that the Paul versus Tank fight got announced. And the next day, I saw it in the bar where I was at the resort in Mexico. Like, it was on the TV screen. Now, crazy enough, Canelo's from Mexico, and I did not see any promotion. Not saying it didn't happen. I probably just didn't catch it. But, like, I think it's getting some, because we're really, like, forcing the conversation. I hope that it sells well. I hope that it does well. But at the end of the day, I'm rooting for Bud, and I think that's all I got. That's my 2 cents, and I will let you go.
All right, Jupe, thank you for coming up on this Friday for Ladies Night. Shout out to all the ladies that came on the panel tonight. Shout out to all the fellas that came on the panel. Thank you to everybody that gave their 2 cents and dropped their 2 cents in the chat, to everybody that punched that like and subscribe button. And most importantly, thank you to everybody that supported the channel tonight through the super chat. I really don't like to put commercials on here, because I just think that it just interrupt the flow when you're trying to watch a live and they got commercials and stuff. So I really don't be monetizing these till after they're over. So be sure to help support the channel while I'm live. Let me know you appreciate what I'm doing, and let me know I'm doing a good job. Interesting conversation. I'm sure we're gonna probably have it. I got 2 more lives before the fight, 3 more lives before the fight. I'm pretty sure it's gonna come up every single live until the fight. I need to get some fresh people on the panel next time. I want to hear y'all 2 cents on what y'all think about the Bud Crawford Canelo fight. I mean, listen, nobody is saying that Bud can't beat Canelo. Like, I'm not saying that Bud can't beat Canelo. I'm just taking the other side of the argument, and I'm just pointing out that Crawford has a lot to overcome in order to beat Canelo. And I just don't hear people discussing those things. And I just wanted to open up the door to that conversation today so we could talk about that and look at things from a different perspective. And the conversation getting interesting. I didn't want any, generic answers. He gonna watch Canelo. He gonna stop Canelo. He gonna do this. Like, no. Let's break it down. Let's articulate what that means. Let's articulate what that looks like. Let's have an in-depth conversation about the fight without being emotional, without saying we hating, without doing all of that. We just giving our 2 cents and our opinions. Anything besides thinking Bud gonna win, you're like just the scum of the earth to some of these people. I think it's strange, but again, it's a good fight. Drives a very interesting conversation, something to anticipate and look forward to. And we gonna see. We're all gonna be at the edge of our seats watching that fight, especially those first 3 rounds, to see who has the edge on who. But until then, I want to thank everybody for coming out. And listen, if you don't want your host all in the videos, cussing you out, leaving you in the background, kicking you off the panel, timing you out the chat, muting you while you're trying to talk, come on over to 2 Cents Boxing, where we talk everything boxing and everybody's entitled to their own opinion.
If you're doing good, they got something to say. If you're doing bad, they got something to say. So do what makes you happy. Because you see this jet, you see this private jet that we own? I got it because I did what the fuck I wanted to do. I made over $1 billion. You know why? Because I did what the fuck I wanted to do. I'm gonna always tell Tank, do what the fuck you wanna do.